I have one more heads up for you, Conical. I think what we will do for the names is we'll ask chat. Oh, wait a sec, we're already live. Okay, sorry, I didn't notice. Oh, hello there, everybody. I'm Happy Camper, and I'm running Golden Sun 100% today, or as it's also called, or well, you could call it Golden Sun 1 or the Broken Seal. With me today is Conical. Why don't you introduce yourself too? Yeah, we have a lot of time to talk during the intro, so let's not wait too long. I got one more thing for you. Oh, you can't hear comms? Oh boy. Can you talk again this shortly, Conical? Okay, why is it not picked up? That's very annoying. Ah, I guess because we got kicked, or we are now in live channel, and you should be up right now. Oh, sorry, I connected that wrongly. Yeah, I have to do the mixing myself, so just bear with me, guys. Now you should be up.
There's always technical delays.
Yeah, okay, now we're up, and now it should be fine. Yeah, why don't you introduce yourself a second time, Conical?
Alright, so I don't know if you heard my introduction. I'm Conical Flack. I also run Golden Sun and Golden Sun The Lost Age. I run not 100%, I generally run no save and quit and manip categories. I've been running the game for about a year and a half or so. And excited to be here to commentate for Happy. For the 100% run.
100% with mimics. Let's go.
With mimics, even better.
Yeah,
with
even
memes
better.
thrown in.
Memes are in. So one more thing I need from chat. We have 4 characters we can name here, or actually we could name 8, but we'll just stick for 4. So I need 4 names from chat. I'll think we just take the first 4 names that we get. One restriction though. Every chatter gets to choose only one name. Okay, that we already got one. That I will not take everybody, but we can name Isaac Felix if you want. Then who's the second guy? Mothman No Space. That would perfectly fit for Garrett, I think. Yeah, Moth.
Oh, five-letter Isaac name. It's already making me twitch. Losing a whole 20 frames.
Mothman. Oh yeah, we can only take. We can only have 5 characters, but yeah.
Say Nano.
And the last one is Nano. Okay. Okay. So I'll be. Yeah, pretty much ready. Ready with time whenever you are. So I'll just give a countdown from 3, and then we'll start. Alrighty, you are ready here. Perfect. So let's get ready, or let's start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Felix, wake up! Is that TLA? Something is wrong here. Okay, so the intro is quite long.
What are we gonna do when there's 2 Felixes?
Yeah, it's 2 Felixes. That will be very confusing. Anyway, the start is, well, as I said earlier, it will take quite a long time. It would take roughly 42 minutes until we're done here. Pretty much all the basics that we get introduced to. A lot of the characters, like here, the family of Felix. And outside there's a storm.
Yes, Golden Sun speedrunning is fantastic. It is an awesome fun speedrun, but we have to sort of slog through 40 minutes of intro in order to get into the run properly. Yeah, which is sort of the downside of this game.
Yeah, you pretty much don't want to reset. That's tough.
Yeah, immediately dying straight after intro is like the worst feeling in the world, because it's, oh god, I have to do 40 minutes of cutscene mashing again.
Yeah, the grind can be real. But if we can also already mention maybe that there's there's another way to do this. There's a patch for the game, and the so-called no cutscene patch, where you pretty much put that to half, like then it's only a 20-minute intro. That can be very nice to practice, or like it's also even a separate category, it's just not a main category.
Yeah, so the main category, the any % no save and quit, the run, is somewhere generally around about 3.5 hours to 3 hours 40, where no cutscene patch is about 2.5 hours. So it literally cuts out 1 hour of cutscene mashing just by getting rid of the text boxes. This game has a lot of cutscenes. But thankfully, most of them are front-loaded, so we kind of get through the bulk of them early, and then it's mostly gameplay, with a couple of exceptions.
Gameplay in this game? Are you sure?
Yeah, sorry, not gameplay. Like swearing at the RNG and being mad at getting encounters.
Yeah, and also memes like fleeing is fast on average.
Oh, this. Oh, it's just.
Are we
Watch
really playing the game?
Infamous
or...
tunnel ruin skip.
It's pretty funny
Actually,
for me.
tunnel ruin skip becomes slightly more likely in 100% because you're a higher level. So maybe tunnel ruin skip.
Yeah, true. I'll
skip.
be. What is that? Usually we're something like level 15, 16 by then.
Yeah, something like that.
And I will be, I think, 22.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I haven't got it, but yet on a 100% run, but maybe.
I mean, I haven't got it in any run.
Yeah. I got 2 attacks first, though, in Tunnel Ruins so far. I mean, not two, not 2 encounters with 2 attacks first, but like two instances with attacks first.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's also a possibility.
I love foreshadowing things that aren't going to happen for like 4.5 hours.
True. We'll also need to explain that at some point. I mean,
yep.
I guess we could start right now because actually the very first encounter that you get that was an attacks first. So attacks first pretty much means that yeah, you get you get a head start of your enemy. You have a full turn where you can do attacks or run away. And the interesting thing is that on all these attacks first, there's a 100% chance to flee. So whenever you get those, you usually just run away. Unless it's a boss fight or a Jin fight, because you usually take those. Well, actually, it's impossible to run away from bosses, so.
Of course, the flip side to an attacks first is a caught by surprise, which is when the enemies get a free action on you, and if that happens sort of in the late game, in the last dungeon, that can basically kill your run. Like, you can just be party wiped before you can do anything, which is awful. So we like attacks first, we don't like caught by surprise quite so much.
Unless it's caught by surprise by some rat that runs away.
Oh, that's like the dream, isn't it?
CBS runaway. I think we only had these so far with slimes very early in the game. Or maybe it will also happen with some rats. I don't know. Yeah, they are playing around with a huge rock, these guys. They are having a lot of fun, by the way.
I think the guys about to get crushed by the rock aren't having quite so much fun.
Yeah, and we'll just walk away because we have better stuff to do. I mean, we want to be done quick here, right?
Yeah, we're in a hurry. Oh no, my dad just died. Oh well, let's go.
Yeah, let's just run away. I mean, that's what we do. And then suddenly mystery people are here. They look funny. They look very colorful. They must be nice people. Shout out to that dude who didn't get to save Felix too. Felix is not helping Felix. How rude.
I mean, they try and save him in the worst possible way, right? It's like, just go to the other side of the river and literally reach your hand out and grab him.
Yeah. Ooh, nice. That was a quick death. Oh well, we're not dead. We're just fainting, right?
So it is actually possible to manip how quickly you die in that fight. The first few encounters in this game are actually scripted. So because we know how the RNG in this game works, especially with how to manipulate battle actions, we kind of have tables that can make you die as fast as possible there. But it's like, it's a swing of like 10 seconds either way. It's really not worth doing it in a run this long. Especially when the rest of the run is, the whole point of this category is to not do RNG manipulation. That's what the no save and quit bans is, essentially RNG manipulation.
Yes, exactly. So suddenly 3 years later, these guys are not so small anymore. What a wonder. They can grow up too. Except we could go for 6 years late in another category though.
Yes, to the 3 years later cutscene again. That's why this is the best cutscene in the game, is because if you come back here later and you get Jenna, everything breaks. And it's fantastic. More people should run FD restricted. It's such a fun category.
Yeah, I'm just too scared of having to learn that yet. I mean, you need to pay attention to every move you make. To keep.
Not so bad actually in Fusion Dragon restricted.
Okay.
Because you turn encounters off so early, the only actual manipulations you're really doing is just this after the second time you see this cutscene, and then you just don't see encounters for the rest of the game, and it's all about not doing the out of bounds movement too bad. It's actually not too bad.
True, I guess. So yeah, these categories we're talking about, they are, let's say, on a different thing. They are not no save and quit, but yeah, you save and quit at some point, and there are some certain things you are not allowed in this run. So these runs are a lot faster than this one, because you're not doing as much, and you use some very nice tricks to, yeah, as we said, skip or even not get encounters at all for the basic monsters that are running around in the world. And yeah,
so we have a perfect understanding of how the RNG in these games works, and resetting the game resets both the RNG numbers back to 0, so we can essentially manipulate the RNG to get encounters that we want. In this category, we ban it, which is why it's no save and quit, so we can't reset the RNG to 0, and that's also why we do the intro, because that previous scene where the rain was falling, those raindrops are causing the RNG to increment every frame at 60 frames per second. So like we have no way to control the RNG, which means we focus. It's more about knowing how to clear encounters, how to deal with situations that the game kind of throws at you without just running off a script, which is why we like the no save and quit categories. It means anything can happen. Sometimes we get lucky, sometimes we don't. Most of the time we don't.
True. Yeah, actually I will be very interested how Mercury will go, because yeah, when I'm doing the mimics, Mercury will get even more cursed than on the standard category, so it's not as tough as Glitchless, I would say, but it is something in between.
Yeah, so Mercury Lighthouse is sort of the first big run killer that we see at about the hour 20 mark or so. So in about an hour's time, we'll get to Mercury Lighthouse, and that's where we're really pushing what we can run away from. Generally, the strategy is, for most of the game, is to run away from everything because fleeing is faster on average, but thankfully there are times where we kill stuff. Because killing stuff is it's more fun. Running away and being sad that you got a triple fail is not much fun.
True. Yeah, well, there's this nice meme that fleeing is faster on average, and you should probably do that, or well, you should do that at most or a lot of points in the game. There's also the fact that you need a few levels to do certain check marks in the the game. Like for instance, like we talked now about Mercury in about 1 hour 10, so 1 hour 20 scene, something like that. There's a huge boss fight where we need certain levels to get speedy enough to actually do the fight. And later on, there's a section in the game where we also need a certain level on Felix to ensure some safety in this section. But in 100%, that later part is no issue because I take a lot of extra encounters because of extra stuff that I do in this category.
Yeah, really, it's just Saturos, Mercury Lighthouse. That's the big experience check for this run, right? Even Colosso, you've done more stuff, so you should be nicely leveled for that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if I would not do the mimics, I think actually I'm not doing that much extra. If we don't count that. Yeah, because
okay,
there's practically not really a difference.
You just go straight back to Vale and then, It's
exactly.
just a little bit you run around in Vale.
Exactly, just running around in Vale. We actually don't take encounters in Vale by that point, so... Yeah, it's pretty much the same experience at Colosso. But since I'm doing the mimics, I will get some extra experience. But I don't think it will be enough to be... Like, I will do Colosso level 14. Normally, because, I'm not that level 13 runner, whatever. But I will probably not be level 15 by that point, I would guess. But maybe I'm wrong, maybe the mimics given up enough XP, I don't know.
Yeah.
I actually haven't checked in my recent runs. But anyway, I think like I also did I only did one 100% run without the mimics so far. That was 2 days ago. And back then I was the same level, or at the very end, at the very last boss fights, I was the same level as with the mimics. So in the end, it doesn't really make a difference because the mimics are not that crazy amount of XP.
Now we get to do a dungeon, yay!
Yay, dungeon time!
Break up all the cutscenes.
Yeah, there's also this old man with us that is slowing us down. But we are nice to old man, right? So he wants to enjoy his stroll with us, so let's do that. Oh shit, monsters.
It's the lore of Golden Sun. The older a character, the more cutscenes they have.
Yeah.
Kraden is an old man. He has lots of cutscenes. Later we'll meet Babby, who's a very old man, and he just never shuts up.
I mean, if we have... Oh, slight foreshadowing. We might not always have this old man here around. This Kraden dude. But if we were longer around, he would probably have more and longer cutscenes than Babai, right?
Yeah, i.e. TLA. The Lost Age, when he just pops out and says annoying things all the time. I swear half Golden Sun the Lost Age run is just listening to Kraden talk.
So far, so good.
Yeah, this Soul Sanctum's treating you quite nicely, actually.
Yeah, now we cursed it. Nice.
Yeah, of course, I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, I was thinking about saying the same thing, and I was like, does it curse it? It probably does, but whatever. It's fine. It's a marathon run. We can handle some scuffedness. Yay.
This is where
do TLA.
Fleeing
TLA
is definitely
great
faster on average. Yeah, TLA is a great game. TLA is probably my favorite of the 3 games.
Yeah. To be honest, I think when I first played it, I think I didn't appreciate it that much because it's like if you are not, or if you're young, that young that you don't really get a lot of things and are confused by a lot of the puzzles, then you probably don't enjoy it that much. But like second or third playthrough, it was a lot nicer because that open world is just amazing compared to the...
Yeah, once you get the boat and you get sort of semi-open world. Oh, okay, there we go. I cursed the RNG a little bit.
It's fine, it's fine.
Fine, as long as you get to the end. Oof. I definitely shouldn't have said anything.
It's fine. We get more of these four monster encounters. Nice. By the way, it's just now I'm. Oh, that was an attacks first. By the way, talking about these monster encounters, I'm wondering why, if we flee as a group. Why are the monsters not fleeing as a group? That's
a good question. Yeah, they can flee individually. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Why don't we patch this?
Yeah, Camelot, 20-year-old game. Please fix. Fix in the Golden Sun 4, please.
Yeah.
Crying
I mean, to be honest, don't think too much about it. This will curse the game even more, because then people will gamble. Clearly,
Good start, actually. What was that? 1740 interiors? Not a bad start.
Yeah,
I take that.
1742. Yeah, yeah. That's better than I usually get. Because a lot of people grind out the intro. I actually had a very decent intro, just slightly scuffed by my menus. But I had a very decent intro, and now interior is fine as well. Some people reset to grind a good one. I usually don't. I don't care that much because, yeah, I'm not a top tier runner in that sense. I mean, depends how you look at it.
There's also so much RNG that we depend on later on to go fast that it's like, okay, you can reset and try and go 10 seconds faster here, but like getting a fast poison in Alton can save you a minute. So it's like, is it worth going through the intro again just to go a little bit faster when at the end of the day you have much more time to save? Generally have much more time to save later on in the run. It's like one of the top runners, Ollie, sort of pioneered the just finish the run. Like, doesn't matter how far behind you are, just keep going. You never know what's going to happen. You can save a ton of time later on and maybe you'll PB. So just put up with the sort of red in your live split and just keep going. And he was very successful doing that. Like, he has some fantastically fast times.
So this is probably the first real puzzle section in the game. I mean, it's not really difficult puzzles, but yeah, it's puzzles.
Hey, don't tell Satoros and Minardi that. They failed, right? They caused the storm by getting this puzzle wrong.
But, you know, we get a lot of guidance, so that's why it's so easy for us.
Exactly.
Kraden is doing a good job of teaching us how to solve the puzzles, right? Short little history trivia. Actually, I think I was probably the only one who messed up this puzzle section in a run. Actually, not at the beginning when I started learning the run, but a few months ago when we did a spontaneous race. I just did this part of the room first instead of the other.
Oh yeah, I've done that.
Got a very scuffed
at some point.
Very scuffed cutscene of shame. Okay, you did it too. Nice. That makes me feel comfortable.
Yeah. Of course, it's like this is one of the two cutscene of shames. The other one is the cutscene in Immel if you die to Saturos and have to revive. There's a couple
but
cutscenes.
Everybody has that at some point.
Yeah, like that one you can't avoid sometimes. But yeah, I've done this one.
I mean, you can avoid it. It's just questionable if it's faster. You can go for the time loss in Immel, or you can go for the time loss in
Bilibin. Yeah. Yeah, I've done that before. So forget to pull the guy down the hole. Actually, I think what I did it even worse. I moved the two statues to make the hole, and then I just never pulled the big statue into it and just went back to the other room.
Oh, okay. That is...
Which is so much worse.
That's a shame, yeah. Well, at least, yeah. At least you didn't really forget about the left part. And I was like, wait a second, I'm so rusty. Which part is done first? And I was very confused.
Now we get into the big cutscene block. Really, the next 20 minutes is almost entirely cutscenes. So this is the part where we normally go and play chess.
Oh, the chess time. Yeah, I mean we have a lot of time here.
Also, we get this absolutely fantastic track. The music in this game is like amazing. For a Game Boy Advance game, the music is just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazily good. Input display on the screen. I think I've seen nobody done that yet, but I mean technically I have time now to set that up. I mean, I could put it on the screen somewhere and somebody could pick it up.
Oh, the input display as in the
I think he means the top
that's-
left. Ah, yeah,
yep.
yes. Ah, that
Yeah,
one.
so
Yeah,
the-
yeah.
input display and the frame counter is a requirement for submitting runs if you're running on emulator.
Exactly.
So we allow emulator runs for submission because this game's not really that easy to acquire a legitimate copy anymore, right? It's still on the Wii U VC, but that's shutting down very soon, so it's kind of hard to get legitimate copies of the game, so we allow emulator runs. And emulator does run actually significantly faster. Over the course of this run, probably saves over a minute just because lag doesn't emulate properly, but we require things like frame counters and input displays.
I mean, it was 1 minute already in any percent, so 100%.
It'd be a
Maybe
little bit
even more
yeah.
because you also got more battles, so or more encounters.
But it's like sneaky time save as well. It's every, and this action is 5 frames faster, and this thing saves 10 frames. Like things that you just can't route around.
Yeah,
Which is
that's
annoying.
That's also why it was, I mean, not really undetected, but it was very hard to judge for a long time.
Yeah. Wasn't until a few of us started pushing really, really fast times on emulator that it kind of clicked that, hang on, we're getting slightly worse RNG than like the top console runs, but are matching for time everywhere, that it really went in, people really went in to have a look at it, and we realized that, oh wait, there's actually significant advantage here. It's even worse in TLA. In TLA, it's a lot, like emulator is a lot faster.
True. Picking up stones from statues. They are glowing nicely.
Oh, you run around in front of the Venus statue. That's interesting.
I just do whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. But it costs you like half a second. What are you doing? Save the frames.
I think there's actually one where going in front instead of the side just saves up time, and that's the Jupiter one.
Jupiter, yeah, the Jupiter one.
And I was
In front
like,
and down a little bit.
I didn't realize that for a long time, and then when I realized I noticed that Rafi wasn't doing it, and I was like, yeah, Rafi, right, don't you do that? And he was just like laughing at me. You think I'm optimizing intro? You must be mistaken.
It cuts down on the walking time, right? It's Felix. Whenever a cutscene trigger happens, he walks from wherever the trigger is to where his final position is, but he does it at walking speed. So you go on the bottom to save a couple of frames of him walking, is why you do it.
Yeah.
Like I even go down a couple of pixels and then back up again to like save fractions of a second, because what else are we gonna do? Like there's no other time saves we can do here. We're literally jumping over pillars and mashing through cutscenes. It's like you gotta keep it interesting somehow to get through intro.
Yeah, that's why I do slot 1 Garrett.
Lot
If you
1
haven't
Garrett.
noticed.
It's such a silly strat that saves such a minuscule amount of time.
Yeah, it probably doesn't save
But
time
it
for me
worked.
even because I'm I'm still not very used to menus. I never practice menus pretty much.
It would be worth it if Garrett ended up with Flint after the Flint cutscene, but he doesn't. It still goes to Isaac, and that's so annoying. But yeah, I can't be bothered changing all my muscle memory just to learn slot 1 Garrett. It saves, what does it say? It saves like a second, if that.
Yeah, something like that. Not a lot. Not a lot. But it's also differently distributed. Like the time save is now in this split, and once we leave, we also save a little bit. But then you have to change back, so you lose some time and then split afterwards. So it's like, it's very scuffed. I had a couple of golds once I started doing that. But I'm not sure if that's really related to what I was doing there, like changing the slot.
See, that's why it would be perfect if Flint went to whoever was in slot 1, right? You just carry Garrett in slot 1 all the way until after Goma Cave, and you do Flint on Garrett strats for Forge, and it would be fine. You'd never really have to change back until you do your menu in Billiman Cave Exterior. But it doesn't work out that way, and it's sad.
I mean,
otherwise,
what would you do then for the bandits?
I mean, you can still just do the same stuff. You just do Flint with Garrett instead of with Isaac, and it still works out just fine. It would still work out fine.
Okay, you just don't do. You just can't do.
Yeah, you lose a flare.
Oh, actually, you will lose some. If it's not going, if in the fight is not going perfectly and you get herbs, then it will be a little bit scuffed because he will lose flare, right?
Yeah, you lose 1 flare, but like that's not that big a deal, really.
Welcome in, Rafi. Thanks for the good luck. Oh, hell yeah.
Raiders, nice.
Welcome in, Raiders. And now I forget again that the cutscene ended. Nice. I just wanted to show you guys the menu real quick.
Oh, I'm so expecting you at some point to mash through a cutscene and retreat.
We'll see. I think I haven't done that ever.
Oh, there's no way you've never done that. Oh, I do that.
I
all the
always
time.
open the menu when mashing through cutscenes, but
very lucky.
I'm using Turbo, by the way, also. So yeah, it's usually doesn't happen that I retreat. I mean, I think I entered the "Do you want to retreat?" that happened after cutscenes, but not really doing the actual retreat.
Yeah. It's a great way to kill RNG manip as well. Mash through cutscene and accidentally use move. Whoops. There goes that run.
Or even better, retreat after some very short cutscene or retreat warp and go to the to a part where you're not supposed to go. Have fun sorting out that.
And I wonder who discovered the retreat glitch. I know it's been known about for a very long time, but I wonder who the first person to find it was.
To be honest, I probably think because it's not too far off to find that out. It has probably been around very shortly, or kind of shortly after the release.
Oh yeah, there's definitely discussion about it on GameFAQs forums from like 2005.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been known about for a long time.
A very long time now.
Known about for too long. Patch the game catalog.
Yeah, so Golden Sun, well, one that we're playing now, it was released in 2001, and TLA, The Lost Age, was released 2002, right?
Yeah, it was really soon. It was like a year later because they were originally designed as one game. For the N64, actually, it was where it was originally going to be released, but very early on it got split into 2 games for the Game Boy Advance. So they basically were developed side by side, which is how they came out so fast and why they're so similar.
These guys are very calm, standing here, just watching this cave collapse.
Yeah,
Looks
right.
like fun.
Lava starting to bubble up through the floor. Yeah, we should probably go at some point. Maybe we should make our way out of here.
But you know, it looks so cool.
It does look cool.
It's like these guys who are going like when there's some volcano eruptions, like, I wonder how it looks there.
And Mr. Floating Rock himself is deciding he's going to quote unquote help. Could teleport us right to the start of the dungeon. Nah, he just teleports us right to the end and makes us run our way back. Very helpful, mate.
I mean, it's part of the learn curve here. He wants us to learn. You know, catch a man a fish and or give a man a fish and you saved him a day, or you fed him a day. Teach a man
teach a man to fish and
teach a man to
feed
fish
him forever.
And yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So yeah, he's just showing us the way. He doesn't want to take away our learning experience.
Teleport you to the start of the dungeon and you survive the thing. Teleport you to the end of the dungeon and make you use a retreat, and suddenly you can retreat glitch around the place.
Yeah, I wonder why he's not teaching us the teleport like what Alex has.
Oh, the warp, yeah.
Yeah, this
That he never uses.
just in.
Oh, don't. Oh, I'm gonna get so mad if you start bringing up Alex's warp. Just, oh, we're gonna lose the master. Oh, warp over there and take it off them before you leave. Oh, okay, it makes me so mad.
Oops. That was a prime example of mashing too much. The good luck move.
Yeah, was that like 50-50 whether you mash, move, or retreat?
Yeah.
Oh, and you go right out of Soul Sanctum as well. Oof. It looks unnatural.
Things happen.
This is the longest cutscene in the game, I think. From here until we leave Vale. But then that'll be pretty much it for the intro. So we're almost there. We've almost made it.
True, it's the longest continuous one, yeah.
I think this is the longest continuous cutscene in the game. Yeah.
Without any movement.
Yep.
So now we gotta explain these guys, what happened in there.
Yeah, why Jenna's not with us anymore? What happened to Kraden? Suddenly there's 2 Felixes again.
and they thought they got rid of one. Sadly, they didn't.
Yeah, sadly he's back.
Yeah, he's back. Oh no.
Green caped version of Felix instead of blue cape version. Took me so long to realize that Felix's cape changes color in TLA.
Yeah.
Ah, the sounds of mashing. Don't you love it?
Very comforting, right?
So we do allow turbo in this category, set to 10 Hz, which is slightly slower than optimal mashing. But mashing is, in particular in this cutscene, does save something like 20 seconds over the course of the run. Possibly a little bit more in this run because there's a few extra cutscenes in 100%. So it's like, it's not nothing, but is it enough to destroy your wrists by actually mashing through everything, or should you just use turbo? different people have different ideas. I like to mash because I hate myself. But I think most people at this point have resigned themselves to using turbo and just soaking a 20-second time loss because it's really not that much. 20 seconds really isn't that much.
Yeah, I will also mainly use turbo, especially in later cutscenes. Just in the very first big ones. I just keep going until I feel it's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Or more than uncomfortable, and then resume with turbo.
Yeah. I think that's what a lot of people do, is they'll mash through this cutscene and then swap over to turbo after this.
Since you were talking about how much time it saves, so I think there's probably like for any percent we have good estimations how much it saves. I think for 100% we don't really have, but there's also the no cutscene patch, and from the experience we got so far, like in any percent, the no cutscene patch saves an hour, as we said earlier, roughly, and in this one, something like maybe 1 hour 10 or so. So it's
that'd
not
be about right.
that much more cutscenes, but still, there's some long ones, additional ones.
Yeah, it's all the Veil return and Vault return and Lumpa stuff where you lose all the time with the extra cutscenes, really.
Also, the one that I actually dislike the most is Saving Sue.
Oh yeah, that's just pure time loss. It feels so bad doing that every time.
It's actually, I think, not that long of a cutscene, but it just feels that long because, I don't know, you stand there and talk about pretty much nothing.
Yeah, but it's also it's so far out of your way to like go back and get him. It's like normally in any percent, it's just like, yep, done with Llama Temple, let's go, Llama Khan, let's do it. But then you have to backtrack and you do the lift and they very slowly pull him out. It feels so slow. But 100% all bronze transferables. That's something that can be transferred to the Lost Age. So it gets done.
True. We haven't touched on that. What is the category actually?
Well, 40 minutes in and we haven't spoken about the category.
Yeah, true. And we said we had a lot of time in this intro. Yeah, as you mentioned, because that's pretty much the old name of the category. 100% was formerly called All Bronze Transferables, which means that we not only play through the game like we do in any percent, but we get certain events that take place on the course of the run. We need to get those events. We also need to get all the synergy items. So our magic here in this world is called synergy. And there's certain objects that give you some special ones, so we need to pick up all of those. And we need also to pick up all Djinns, which haven't been introduced yet, but we will shortly meet our first friendly Djinn here. Well, one of the friendly ones that don't attack us.
Yes, Rafi, and defeat all the mimics.
And defeat all the
mimics.
That
is absolutely a requirement.
That is absolutely a requirement.
Not all the bosses, though.
True, not all the bosses. That is actually important there. I mean, unless you're FX and you do 100% glitchless.
Oh, what a crazy run. If you thought this run was long, do 100% glitchless.
Actually, he was a lot faster than I thought he would be.
What's the thing? Like any percent glitchless is not that much slower than any percent no saving. It's like 20 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes, something like that. It's basically the same category, just with a couple extra bosses.
Yeah, I think 30 minutes would be roughly what is optimal.
Yeah.
Actually, there haven't been that
355,
great runs
like
yet, because a lot of runs die to Mercury.
Because again, it's like basically any percent no save and quit with a couple extra bosses. It's really not that different a run.
Yeah, it's not that different a run. A lot of people don't like it. And Yeah, I guess a lot of people don't like it because you are having a longer Mercury Lighthouse section, which
Yeah.
will
makes it
eventually
awful.
kill you.
Yeah. So this is Flint. He's a Ginny. Ginny are basically how the class system in Golden Sun works. They're little elemental creatures that they basically power you up, and they give you the chance, and they give you special abilities that they can use, and you can summon them to do huge amounts of damage.
Yeah, and Flint
Which
just
is everything being
introduces
explained
to
right now.
us to all of this, pretty much. I mean, he also introduces us to the class system. So, yeah, when you swap genies around, you get some different synergies, depending on the class you're in. And also, Flint has a very nice soundtrack. I mean, the old ass man soundtrack.
Old ass Flint.
Old ass Flint, exactly.
So Ginny are really or summons from Ginny are really the reason that we can beat the game at as lower level as we eventually do. Because the damage they do is not relative to your level. It's mostly relative to enemies' HP. So a level 1 character using a summon will do essentially the same amount of damage as a level 99 character using the same summon on the same enemy. Which is incredibly broken. In a good way. Means that we don't ever really have to worry so much about what our level is towards the end of the game. We just blow everything up.
Or we run away from it.
Or we run away from it.
I mean, we run away from this guy as well. And Vermin. Without moving his lips? What?
It's possible to get all the way to Vault without taking an encounter, but it's never happens. It's like 1 in 3, something like that is the chance. It's not that unlikely. But it never happens.
It happens too rarely. But then again, you could get an encounter like a slime that runs away. CBS slime run away. Let's go.
Or CBS double slime party wipe. Both are good.
You had that happen?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I had that happen not that long ago before Flint.
Party wipe before Flint?
Oh, maybe it wasn't a full party. Isaac definitely died. I think Garrett maybe survived on like yellow HP.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was painful. There's a clip of it somewhere of me just breaking everyone's eardrums by screaming into my microphone. That nut is a healing item that's going to come in handy later. Basically, the whole first part of the game is just powering up so that we can defeat Saturos. And this is Ivan. He is Mr. Consent because you just rock up in front of him and he just starts reading your mind without even asking. A little bit rude.
How rude.
I know.
But then again, we do we help him now read Garrett's mind. Or help.
So the mind read function is such a fantastic part of playing this game. It's like every NPC in the game, pretty much from this point onwards, has 2 dialogue boxes. There's when you talk to them, they say one thing, and then you can read their mind to like get hidden information and that sort of stuff. So like playing this game casually, you just hotkey mind reading, you go around and you read literally everyone you meet's mind all of the time. And you can learn some pretty cool stuff doing that. Like it tells you where chests are, there's some Jinn information that you can get from them. They're really cool. It's really cool. It's a great idea.
Yeah, it is a great from a gameplay perspective, because yeah, you can also then have pretty much characters who just straight up lie to you, and you realize when what they're thinking, what's going on. So it's really great to solve some mysteries which are happening in some places. But like, of course, from a how do you say, ethical standpoint, it's very questionable. Let's read their
Yeah,
minds.
just run
What
up
do
to
you think
people and
they-
read their mind. Yeah, ethically problematic.
Yeah, slightly. Which we're actually going to do quite soon here.
Yeah, just trap a guy in a corner.
How we
And,
caught you!
Oh, good bandits chase. It is possible to trap one of them in the top right corner as well and have Ivan mind read them from all the way across the room, which is pretty funny. I've not found a way to
Single
do
one?
it consistently.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Because the logic on how they know if they're trapped is essentially just is the bandit capable of moving anywhere, and you can push them into the top right corner and trap them there so they think that they're surrounded. And if Ivan's on the other side of the room, the mind read warbles just travel all the way across the room. It's really funny.
Cool.
Said I haven't, because the pattern movement is based on the RNG, so there's not really a way to set it up consistently. Otherwise, I would absolutely do it because it's funny. So now we get to fight them. This is sort of the first boss fight of the entire run, and it's not too difficult. It's Isaac and Garrett can die, which is a little bit annoying. But generally, the bandits are beatable. They just have a couple of annoying abilities that can slow us down. In particular, healing. They have herbs which can heal, and if they use them, it just slows the fight down, which we don't want to see.
So anybody want to guess how many herbs we will get? From 0 to 5 to 4?
Yeah, so each of the outside guys have one herb that they can use immediately. The middle guy has 2 herbs, but he has to use his smoke bomb first. We don't like seeing turn 1 smoke bomb because then you're almost certainly going to get at least 2 herbs.
Oh, nice one. 1 herb.
Yep, classic.
Nice crit.
Yeah, the crit on Garrett is a little bit annoying because he can die. There is the option to heal on turn 2, but like Garrett dying's not that big a deal.
Yeah, who needs Garrett anyway?
Yeah, Isaac dying would be annoying, but like Garrett, his level doesn't matter that much. Garrett's kind of useless in this run.
Oh, 2 herbs. Oh, on this guy. Damn it. Two herbs, not too bad. Oh, defend though.
Oh, that was such a scuffed bandits fight.
Not too bad. It wasn't 4 herbs.
Yeah, it wasn't 4 herbs, but they did a lot of annoying stuff. I mean, it's just, that was what, 50-minute bandits? That's fine. For a marathon, you take that.
Yeah.
No one died.
Sub
get the
50
unnecessarily
bandits?
long cutscene.
Impossible. Shoutouts to Bowie.
Yeah,
Bowie, our
sub
hero.
50 doesn't happen.
Yeah.
The mythical 48 bandits is the one.
Oh, Jesus. Impossible.
It's not. Has happened. It
I
has
know,
been
I
done.
know. Just ruining wrists for eternal glory.
Like, you need to get perfect RNG for it to happen. Like, you need an insane Soul Sanctum and then just everything to go right in the fight. But it is doable. There is video proof of it being done.
Also, yeah, we usually don't really kill people in this game. We just knock them out. And for these guys, there's a special reason, because there is one of the bronze transferables events is with these 3 bandits. Killing people would be rude, exactly, yeah. and we're not rude. We're only killing monsters. But yeah, these bandits, they can actually show up in the second game. Slight spoiler.
That's what it's the bandits show up and the gladiators show up as well, and you fight them.
True, both are pretty much when you encounter them, they are like, what are you guys doing? You are so weak.
Oh, I hate this cutscene. This is such an unnecessarily long cutscene.
Yes, this one is. I mean, in the intro, it makes kind of sense, like the first 42 minutes. Okay, it is a shame for speedrunners, but yeah, you get introduced to the game. This part is not really telling us anything that we don't know already, because yeah, we get a little bit of the backstory of Ivan here and what's going on in this village, but nothing surprising. We all already heard from Ivan himself or from the mayor, or you can get that information from the mayor that and the people in the village that stuff has been stolen and so on. There's nothing surprising us here.
Even in the cutscene immediately before the fight, they're like, "Oh, Master Hammett went to Loompa. That's really bad." And that's all they talk about in this cutscene is, "Oh, Master Hammett went to Loompa. That's really bad." It's like, just like, we know. Can we go? And it's like 3.5 minutes in the speedrun as well. It's awful. It's such a long, unnecessary cutscene, and I complain about it literally every time.
Yeah, so we rant about it here as well. Oh, I said no. Oh boy, doesn't really matter what I say here. But I said no.
No might even be slightly faster because it saves a text box.
Does it?
It does.
I thought
you
it's
get
both,
two text boxes.
in both
yes.
cases one. Oh.
No, you get 2 if you say yes.
Oh, I actually
But I
haven't
think
noticed
the actual shaking of the head is slightly slower than saying yes, so it might. I think it just works out as mostly time neutral. Oh, 2 encounters? That's annoying.
Yeah, it happens.
Most of the time it happens. You can get there with 1, but again, you need good,
Yeah,
good
actually,
RNG
let's
to get
reset.
there. Yeah, reset 2 encounters before Goma, no good.
Not worth it. I'm sorry, I'm stealing your time, guys. I need to reset this. So actually, sorry, I forgot something. We cannot pass through there. It's impossible.
Until old mate shows up again.
Huh. The path is blocked. You shall not pass. Until this guy makes it happen. As long as you do the run in 5 hours, we're fine. Then I think I cannot do the mimics if we restart now. Actually, I think I had to skip a lot of stuff.
Yeah, restart now to get it in 5 hours. We're going back to any percent, I think.
Yeah, we could do no cutscene patch 100%.
Yeah, it's true. We could do that.
That saves about this time, or actually more.
And it saves your wrists.
Yeah, true. The 4-hour world record or bust.
What is 100% world record? 420, something like that?
I think 418.
Yeah, Plexer and Blueser were
I think they're
throwing it back and forth for a while.
19, something like that. It was below 20 for sure.
Yeah.
You can do the fact check in the meantime. Maybe I should have
That's
taken
true.
that
I can do
into
that.
Whatever. Yeah, but as I'm doing some additional stuff, I mean, I'm not really wanna say this, but yeah, I mean, I'm the only one who does mimics, but then I'm kind of like the only person holding that.
Yeah, so what you're saying is you are 100% with Mimic world record holder.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Then again, nobody does that.
Easy world record. Invent a category and get easy world record. This is where we finally get to start killing stuff too, which is nice. You can run away from things here if you really want, but we have to take kind of one encounter to get Isaac to level up because he misses out on getting to level 3 by like 1 experience. So we take a decent experience encounter to get Isaac and Garrett to level up so that we don't die in the next sort of required fight, which is against Forge. And then we go back to running away from everything.
Yeah. As per usual.
Yep. There will come a time when fleeing is not faster anymore, but we're not there yet.
Don't kill Garrett, please. Thank you. I had a very bad experience with such an encounter. Whatever, let's heal this as well.
Yeah, that happened to me at ASM when I ran no save and quit any percent at ASM. Garrett died here to like a triple fail where everyone just targeted him and I had to run all the way back to Vault. Oh, the pillar encounter. Love that.
Yes. Don't do it, mate. Don't do it. Okay, thank you. That is good.
This is Forge. He's another Jin. So some Jinny we have to fight in order to collect. We beat them into submission. But some of them will just join us willingly. Forge is annoying because we're not quite over leveled enough that we can just blow stuff, or like powered up with Jin enough that we can just blow them up. So it's a 3-turn fight. People can die if you're not careful. And they can run away as well, which is the most annoying thing. So we hate seeing Jin fleas.
Say hello to our friend, Forge. Goodbye, random dude who we'll never see again.
Just hanging out in the back of the cave.
Yeah. I'll have to manage to do some better management of better PP management here, because I'm quite low already.
You get some of the backup herbs.
I mean, yeah, we'll get one for sure, but I'm not sure I want to do most of them. Also, literally the only shop that we do in this run.
Yeah, so the Water of Life that we picked up from the mayor back in Vault. So Water of Life is a revive item, and we don't really need it to revive anyone, even though they're quite rare. They're not like Phoenix Downs, we can just buy 99 of them at any shop. They're actually quite rare, but we sell it here for cash because we need to power up in order to beat Saturos, who was sort of the big roadblock of the early game.
Here we go.
So just everyone gets some armor, a couple guys get some weapons, and then we can just... It makes us a little bit bulky. Armor's not really that useful in this game. The way the damage calculation works means by the end of the game, I think it's like every 4 points of armor or 4 points of defense reduces 1 damage, which just isn't really worth it.
And here's another friend. One friend for each party member each.
I think we mentioned earlier, all of the Jin have a unique battle action that they can use. Most of them are not that useful for us. So like Gust does a little bit of damage, and Flint is fairly useful because he does damage as well. The ones we really like are like things that speed us up or reduce enemies' agility, reduce damage reduction, prevent actions. Those guys are really, really useful. But most Jin we collect are just like, oh, well, we can use you for summons, and that's about all you're good for. This is probably a lot of people's least favorite section in the game. it's possible to run between all of the towns and everything without taking any encounters. And every time you kind of enter a new zone, the encounter rate resets. So we kind of count how many skips we get coming through here.
Yeah, already got one.
It's possible to get, yeah, you already got one. It's possible to get 5, and when you get 5, it's like, oh my god, this is amazing. But like, no one ever does.
Oh my god,
just lose.
You spliced the run. You did splice the run.
Exactly. So the encounter here is, they're not too bad, really. Like, you lose maybe 20, 30 seconds over a perfect run on average. Which is, you know, it's fine. You just, oh, great, I got an encounter. Oh, well, that sucks. Move on.
I mean, if you really want to reset and do that,
oh, no.
2-minute intro
like
again.
Cursed reset an hour just because you didn't get all 5 encounter skips? Yeah, no thank you. Even I'm not crazy enough for that.
Oh yeah, also shoutouts to Bubbles, saving us here big time.
Yeah.
Did you
They
reset?
save us from turning into trees and then we never see them again. I like, in my headcanon, the bubbles are how Felix survives fall from the end of from the top of Venus Lighthouse.
Yeah, it's just off screen. Cannot save.
Yeah, exactly.
Just get Mia and use Avoid.
Yeah, avoid, reduce your encounter rate, right? That's how it works, isn't it? So if you've played Golden Sun before, you'll know that you don't actually have to come here right now. You can go straight to the Mercury Lighthouse before you come and do Kalima and fight Tret, which is the big angry tree who is turning everyone else into trees. But we come here in order to pick up a Ginny who is very, very useful and will... It's a couple of minute time investment to come and get him, and he will pay that back before we get back here in like half an hour. So we come here first and then we come back here again later. Because Granite is fantastic. Also, this cutscene is slightly... These cutscenes are also slightly longer once you have collected your 4th party member.
And I did it exactly the wrong way.
Oh, yeah.
No, then yes. Whoopsie. It doesn't matter. It's just, what, a few frames.
Yeah, it's you get a couple extra dialogue boxes. It's not really that much. That's one of the few times in the run where we actually say no to the yes/no prompts.
Yeah.
This basement is also awful because you take encounters here, but you get no recovery, so you can't recover your PP. So if you need to heal a lot, then you're stuffed. It's actually a kind of a scary run. Generally, you take 4 encounters in the basement, but people have taken up to 8, I think, is the record for the most
8?
encounters. I think, yeah, I think it was Plexa, maybe? Someone definitely took just a ridiculous number.
I mean, when you can get 2...
Yeah,
2
is
is
I've done it. I think I've done it
difference.
once. Oh, 2 is fantastic.
I think I had one recently, actually. But
Oh,
I
did
actually
you?
didn't
Nice.
check afterwards. But I was pretty sure I only had 2.
I mean, if you get 4 with a couple of flea fails, you take that. Totally standard, middle of the road kind of basement.
So shoutouts to these conical hitboxes. Shoutouts to conical, more or less.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, the hitboxes are named after me. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, hitboxes can be a bit silly trying to interact with things sometimes.
Oh boy, we have a very nice message here in chat. Commenting about Tret. Good stuff, good stuff.
You can go into Bilibin there to reset encounter steps again, but take an encounter that close to it. Generally, but better to faster to skip it.
Yeah, just skip encounters.
Yeah, just skip encounters. Skip encounters, make stuff fast. Get good RNG, go fast.
Let me go, please.
Oh, sketchy.
Well, I definitely don't need to drain too much PP later on. Let me go, please.
This is why we hate this this split, because what was a totally fine Bilibin Cave exterior split has just gotten awful. Right? It's just, it does that.
Huh?
But now we get to start killing things again. Fleeing is no longer faster on average for a little bit because we need to level up, in particular Ivan, so that we can outspeed Satoru. So we get to take some encounters now.
I don't want to use Ramses for just a single one. But I
Yeah,
should have.
ghouls
Damn
are
it.
great for experience, but single ghouls are so sad.
Yeah.
But they give you a really good experience.
I'll take. Oh yeah. Ooh boy. Okay, there we went down. Let's flee. Holy shit. This will be interesting.
Problems.
Yeah. Or actually, let's improvise here.
This is gonna go bad.
Let's improvise. 88 HP. Let's go. Let's go, Garrett. Indeed. Garrett
Go,
solo on a solo mission.
Yeah, Rambo Garrett mode.
Oh boy. No, CBS. Please no.
Oh my
I did
God,
not
how
save.
many- That's like the 4th CBS.
No. No. Oh well, that's why we have. Oh shit! And I'm here. Oh, that's the worst. Okay, you are in for a treat now,
no,
guys.
This is awful. This is what you get for not going into Bilibin.
Oh, that's so scuffed. And we still need to Oh, now I get in attacks first. Thank you, game.
Classic game.
Oh, I really got bamboozled there.
Alright, I can honestly say I don't think I've ever seen that before. I don't think I've ever seen a death that takes you back to Kalima.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that happened to Bluza at some point. It's just you reset after that.
Oh, right, because like 9 times out of 10 you take Bilibin in order to reset your encounter steps, but like every now and then you skip it. Oh, that's funny.
I love it. I love it.
Oh, don't you love this run?
Yeah.
Such a nice run. Great
Such
game.
a nice run.
It's not a marathon run unless something horrific happens.
Mm-hmm.
Once you get like all first time flees and attacks first the whole way to Immel now.
Nah, doesn't seem to be the case here.
Maybe not. Don't forget to reset your Jin as well, because you still need to take some encounters.
In exterior. Let me go, please. Uh-oh. Don't do it. Thank you. Alright, what did we do? I did this. Let's heat everything up. Jesus. Bilibin Cave, again.
Yeah. Bilibin Cave take 2.
Now we're stronger, you know, we gotta level up. Whatever, let's do this.
is like the exact same Bilibin cave as well.
Hmm.
Single ghoul just before the door.
But now we had some RNG manipulation. Now it's different, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
of
see?
course.
So that's 3 ghouls. Let's actually stop taking encounters now. I will get more experience anyway.
Oh yeah, because you got the mimic will be
Yeah,
enough.
exactly.
Yeah.
I'll get the mimic, and the mimic is a lot of XP.
Yep. Yep.
So I will get the level up on
On the
Ivan.
mimic.
Just please let me get to Bilibin. Emil. Just let me get to Emil now, please.
This is one of the most scuffed runs to Immel I think I've ever seen.
Well, I'm glad I'm here for your enjoyment. We made it!
Yay! Finally.
It's actually possible.
Oh, that was a trek. Oh my god.
Ooh, very important time for the lost cap.
Yeah, the lost cat. This is such a silly little bug that you're supposed to use move to push that snowman down to the left so that you can use it to solve this puzzle. But just move connecting on the snowman drops the hitbox to the bottom. And so if you cancel it, the snowman stays where it is, but he loses his cap. We call it lost cap. It's the only place in the game that happens.
Scuffed. Yeah, so we steal the cap of the snowman for nice movement, for a little bit of time save as well.
Yeah, you just slap his cap off him just to save some frames. This is Mia. She is a healer, and given that we just saw her use Synergy, I think you can probably guess who our last party member is going to be. We don't have a healer yet.
Technically, we have Isaac, right?
Well, we have Isaac, but he's not a great healer.
Yeah,
he's okay.
He's just healing himself. Or a single target heal. That's not really what you're supposed to do, healer.
Right here as well. You know, going left is actually a little bit faster there.
Ah, yeah, true. Because somebody told me before, and I just whatever. I just never integrated it into my brain.
We're also about to see the major glitch of this, well, really this game, which is the retreat glitch, which lets you basically warp around the place doing very specific wrong warps, which is very, very nice.
Lizard is in the way. We can't get past there. You can't get past. Heal. No, wrong. Oh yeah, I didn't set Gust. Oh, my bad, whatever. It was still.
Oh, that I was gonna say, why are you getting outsped? Have you had that bad agility rolls? But no.
No, I didn't set Gust. No. I mean, I think you can still outspeed that guy even without Gust, but it's just not very likely. Ah, okay, damn it.
All right, it's
Now I
great
need to
for
do that with Garrett.
draining some PP. Never a bad thing.
So, welcome to the party, Mia.
Yep.
Or
so Mia
Nano.
joins.
How's I didn't do the thing earlier, so... actually it's fine as it is, right? Let's do that later.
See, by
on.
casting retreat without enough PP, suddenly that door took us to somewhere completely different. That's because even though retreat didn't work, the game kind of thinks it did, so all of the doors become relative to whatever the door number is in the first room. So that lets us do some very specific wrong warps, which can take you to some crazy places, including skipping essentially the entire dungeon, which is what we're going to do.
Don't do it.
So, this is a terrifying encounter.
Whew.
So fleeing is faster here, but it's also super dangerous. We are really pushing the limits of what you can reasonably expect to get away with. We are hilariously underleveled for this part of the game. So we can kill everything, or we can, but running away is a little bit quicker. Now all the power-up stuff we've been collecting for Saturos, we're going to start using them now. So like the mint to increase agility, and the apple, which will increase a bit of attack. And all of that is to be able to be this Jin, who can be just terrifyingly mean if he decides to use Froth Sphere, which will just one-shot Garrett and Isaac.
Or he just runs away.
Or he just runs away. Thankfully, he's probably the best one to run away. So in order, when they run away, you have to reset the room in order to get them back. Fleet's not too bad. Some of them take like 30 seconds to reset the room.
Nope. Here we go. Okay, that's fine. That's not killing anybody.
Yep. Like I said, like Froth Sphere and Mother. He's got another. I think I can't remember. Drench. I think maybe kills Garrett as well.
I
like
think
he,
so
he
too,
can just
yes.
kill you. Yeah. You breathe a huge sigh of relief when you get past sleep.
Why did he survive?
Oh,
Eh?
interesting.
Did I do something wrong? Range? That was a range. But
You get
I used the
ranged on
apple, right?
sleep?
I
did not
thought
know
that's
you
to
could
cover the range. I did the
Yeah, that's
apple,
what the
right?
apple is for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that. That there's still a... Even with the apple, it's a range. Oh boy.
Jeez. Okay, I've never failed that range.
So actually not to the first difference, or first mimic now. So...
Yes, but this is where 100% mimic first deviates from any percent.
Yeps, you will be in for a treat. Actually, let's do that here already. I think in this room there's no encounters. So we warp here, which is a very interesting spot, by the way, to get to this one. True super boss of this game. Imagine getting the range and then Sleet running away.
Yeah. Oh, that would be awful.
So sadly for the Mimic we need to activate the lighthouse. Otherwise you cannot get there, at least to my knowledge. Which is we solve this little puzzle here and go down this ramp, and then we get to a statue which gives us a little riddle. But yeah, it's not a very difficult riddle because yeah, we've seen the powers of Ply earlier when Mia was standing in front of the lighthouse and we opened the path for her. Then she used Ply to open the gate there. And then we get this little interesting power here to go on top of these platforms and get some movement. So that is the first mimic here. Wait a
Hey,
second.
look, a chest.
I need granite on you. Just to be safe. Yes. So early mimics can be actually quite terrifying. Because they have some very powerful abilities. They just rarely use them. Usually what they do is they do status effects, which don't really do that much on them. Like they reduce your defense or drain some PP or whatever. But this guy can also do. Let me think. They have some. They have some scary abilities. I think this one has Storm Ray or something. No, it's not Storm Ray. Something similar to that. Oh yeah, that's the one. That was Wind Slash. So yeah, so much for getting level 6 on Ivan.
Yeah, might need to take another encounter now.
Yes. And the good thing is this mimic gives a Water of Life, which I have to use exactly at this point. How convenient.
How lucky.
And now I need to force
man,
another encounter to... Actually, he is level 6. Never mind. Okay.
Oh, never mind.
Then let's go up to the boss fight. Yeah, so actually good that you've seen now that, yeah, this mimics can be quite brutal sometimes. Ah, damn it, I didn't do it. I didn't heal with I should have healed with Felix there.
That's right. Spam a couple of growths and drain PP. It's fine.
Whatever. Let's do it like this because it's weird. Just a quick check. Everything seems to be fine. Oh, wait a second. Think that is better here. Ah, I know what happened. I have 2 additional herbs.
Yep.
I'm not used to that. I picked up 2. I usually just go for 1.
Not taking a safety save. Who needs a safety save?
I already got my scuffed moment, right? There could be no more,
hopefully.
right?
So in marathon runs, we allow safety saves because, you know, bosses can just decide to be mean and bad targeting can kill you, and we don't want to have to run all the way through. But we'll be fine. Also, because we glitched our way to the top of the lighthouse with retreat glitch, this cutscene gets a little bit broken.
Best cutscene
ever. Best cutscene in the game. I hope you like Jenna.
Yeah, because we will see double. It's so interesting though that this just happens with Jenna's avatar here, not with anyone else. Like there's a couple of people talking. I think also Kraden has a line. Minardis surely also has a line. Alex is also talking.
It's because the sprites aren't loaded, is why it does it. So the game doesn't know where to draw the dialogue boxes. But I don't know why then Minardi doesn't have her face broken on the screen as well.
Oh, actually, true. Alex isn't in the cutscene. Sorry, that is afterwards.
Yeah,
it's not before.
Right, so this is the Saturos fight. This is kind of the big roadblock of the early game that we've been powering up for. He is a very powerful boss. He has more HP than the next 2 bosses. So he's incredibly strong, and we are incredibly underleveled. Thankfully, he is a pattern. He's a pattern boss, so we know exactly what order his attacks will come. The only thing we don't know is where he starts in the pattern. So essentially, we can kind of go off a script and hope for the best.
Yeah, and we got the worst. Like, we got attack,
of course,
plus eruption. Nice.
Yeah. Because he went attack eruption, you know the next attack is going to be attack, and then he's going to use heat flash and then fireball. So we know exactly what he's going to do, and so we can prepare for it. But targeting can still cause issues.
Optimal.
Yeah, nice.
Oh yeah, the curb here, right. Oh well. Oh. Here we go. This lead herb. Yeah, Ivan is actually in this fight. He's quite tanky.
Yeah, so the class we put everyone in, we give Ivan 2 Mars Gin, which puts him in a class that gives him quite a lot of HP and quite a lot of defense. So really, he becomes kind of your main healer and tank, while Isaac and Garrett's role is to keep using the Mercury Gin so that Mia can summon Nereid, which is your most powerful attack in this fight because Saturos is weak to Mercury. So you just cycle Nereids and Ramses, which is the Venus summon, while Ivan just kind of heals when needed. And we do it so Granite is so powerful because he reduces 20%, 50% of all damage taken. So we always make sure we're using Granite on a turn where Saturos is going to use Fireball or Eruption. And there we go. Nice, easy fight.
Easy. Yeah, no need for safety saves.
Yeah. Yeah. Saturos is mostly fine because, again, he's a pattern boss, so we know what he's doing. But if he, like, really targets one character with lots of fireballs and the heat flashes and that, you can get in trouble. But that wasn't too bad.
Yeah, there's also damage ranges, so sometimes you get famous 1 in 4 thingies.
Yeah.
Like, fireball on 4 targets. You cannot heal everybody, and heat flash taking out the one that wasn't healed.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, we're using herbs on Garrett, which is kind of the new meta that most people are using these days. Helps mitigate that a little bit. Where you can throw in that extra heal on, really it's on turn 3 is where you run into the 1 in 4 issues, or turn 2 is where you can run into your 1 in 4 issues. So that helps, but yeah, there's some things that can go wrong. We kind of breathe a huge sigh of relief again once Saturos is done. This kind of marks the end-ish of the early game. From here, we're pretty good for a while now. There's not really too much trouble we can get in for a while. Like, we can definitely be slowed down, but there's not, unless RNG is, like, really mean, there's not really a lot that can, like, outright kill us, which is good.
So these guys just escape. Since we took down Saturos, but the other guy, Alex, just saves him by just, you know, he just talks to us for a while, and then Citrus recovers a little bit, and then they flee. So,
Yeah,
well, we couldn't
Alex, who
really
claims to
pin
be so
Citrus
strong,
down
but
here.
then doesn't even bother trying to stop you.
Yeah.
Could just come and
Alex
beat us
always
up and take
avoiding
the master.
fights.
Yeah. What he does. So yeah, so that's the Mercury Lighthouse done, which is nice. Always good when we get through here. Relatively unscathed, although I'm not sure that applies to this run anymore.
Hmm.
Given we're about to make our third trip to Kalima.
Yeah, that Kolima warp was pretty cool. Really scuffed. So we had, yeah, 4 deaths already. Number increasing, we'll see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, CD.
Now we're going to get back into runaway mode, but we're going to do it by putting everyone now into classes that makes them all fairly tanky. Everyone gets essentially a dual elemental class by having 2 Jin of some other element to power them up, and Felix, or Isaac, or Felix, whatever we're calling him, gets access to a Void, which is very, very useful for really this next section and only this next section.
Yeah,
Actually, no, it's 100%. We get to use the Void a few more times, don't we?
One more time later, yeah.
Yeah, or one more time.
Because I will go back. We'll do some backtracking because we will have unfinished business at some point. So we'll go back into not this area, but we'll go back to Vault and then move on to Lumpa later on, and that's where we get into a low level monster section or overworld section.
Yeah.
So that's where it becomes useful again, but for us it just doesn't work for the most sections because we are under-leveled for these sections, not over-leveled.
So the way a Void works is kind of counterintuitive. It doesn't reduce your encounter rate. Every area in the game has like a level that was just decided by the developers to be like the avoid level. And if your average party level is above that, a Void will suppress all of encounters. You will never take an encounter. If your average party level is below that, a Void does absolutely nothing. So it's either it works 100% of the time or it doesn't work at all. And so because we're so hilariously underleveled for almost the entirety of this run, this is kind of the only section in the game where we're leveled sufficiently for a Void to work. Which means we don't take encounters here, which is really, really nice. It's a nice break from just the onslaught of RNG.
We would have a lot of encounters already without the Void.
Yeah.
Actually, it can also happen that if Isaac dies to Saturus, then you don't have enough levels, I think, for a Void.
Yep. Yeah.
Which would be a shame.
Actually, I think it's Mia. If she dies, she misses a level up. Or someone. If someone dies, you can, have issues. But then after this first room of Kalima Forest, it stops working anyway. Yeah, it's pretty tight. Like, a Void only works because Mia comes at a level that she's supposed to be at, and so she raises your average party level.
Mm-hmm.
So it is pretty tight.
Yeah, I mean, if Felix dies and he doesn't even learn a Void, I think, because that can also be the case, then you could still back up by putting the Mercury Gin on Garrett and do the same, because he will get into a similar class who can also use a Void.
Yep.
But yeah, it's not planned to do that. Just your average log puzzles here. Oh yeah,
the next one is
as the discoverer of this log glitch, you want to talk about that?
that only works in one place. So a couple of months ago, I accidentally managed to discover a log that you can push from the top. Wow, switches, by the way. Golden Sun switches, the worst hitboxes in the entire world.
Yeah.
There's a log that you can push from the top. Are you going to have a go at it when you get to Colosso? It's like, it doesn't save any time whatsoever. It actually costs you a little bit of time, but it's like, we found it's like, ooh, that could be useful. Now, it only works on one log in the entire game. Like, so silly. Also, this puzzle is just the easiest puzzle to solve. Just push the log once.
I mean, technically, you could also solve this puzzle to get to the chest on the top right corner.
Yeah, to the...
Then you would have to shove
But you don't
some
even
stuff
need to
around.
do that. You can get that chest without solving the puzzle.
Yeah, true. Shoutouts to Baal who discovered that.
Yeah, shoutouts to Baal who made it his life's goal to get the chest without solving a puzzle.
Which is actually useful.
Yeah, which
In
in
the
the
shortest
exactly,
category.
At the time was completely useless. He just wanted to do it. He was determined to make it happen. And then once we discovered how to do arbitrary code execution, that chest suddenly became useful again. So shoutouts to Baal. That was all before my time, though. All of that happening.
Yeah, it's also the speedrun community is, I mean, not the oldest, but it has some history.
So Tret as a dungeon, when you allow save and quit, is hilariously broken. By running around out of bounds in Tret, we can basically step on tiles that will read defense values as code. And so by setting your name to be a by setting character names very specifically, you can essentially do arbitrary code execution. So the any percent run of this is get to Tret as fast as possible, run around out of bounds, get the debug mode, and warp to the credits. But thankfully, we can't do that with no save and quit yet. No one's found a way to get out of bounds here without saving and quitting, which is a good thing.
Of course, Breeze. Of course.
Of course. Breeze always runs. I'm convinced Breeze's flee rate is like 50%. Oh, and the encounter. Again, this is the problem with Jin, is that they can run away. I think I had a PB once where Breeze ran 4 times.
4 times? Jesus.
4 times. And I still managed to PB.
Well, that's what? Maybe 50 seconds? Something like that? In a minute?
Oh, it's like a minute and a half or something I lost. Something crazy.
Well, it's not as bad as Zephyr fleeing 4 times. Or
That's true.
quartz.
All quartz. Yeah, Ollie had a world record in any percent where he had 2 quartz fleas. It's like, are you kidding me? Come on. That's just not fair.
That's determination.
Right? It's like literally any other runner is resetting that.
Yeah, so it's roughly, or as far as we know, it's something like 10% the fleet chance of Jin that they actually do that. It's a bit lower, I guess, because they can also fail to flee, which would be optimal.
Yeah, I think it depends on the Jin, but yeah, it's generally around 10%. Is the flee rate. So in 100%, you'd expect to get 1 or 2 of them flee. So far, we've had 2. Now we're going to fight Tret, who is the boss at the end of, shockingly, the Tret dungeon. You're supposed to come here before you go to Mercury Lighthouse, or not supposed to. The game kind of intends for you to come here first, but you can do it either way. But because the game kind of intends for you to come here before you go fight Saturos, we are actually really overpowered for Tret. So he has an ability called Sleep Star, which can put us to sleep, which is bad in that it's slow, but really, we're not going to die. Like, Tret's not that dangerous. Just use lots of summons, use lots of synergy, and he just kind of dies.
Except if he wants to sleep us.
Except if, yeah. But even with sleep, you can reasonably get through him. It's just slow and sad.
Oh, and we got to sleep.
Oh, no, of course,
Talking about it. Perfect.
It's alright, it's only Garrett. He just does some chip damage. He's fine.
I mean, it's a Kirin boosted flare wall, so I don't know. It's actually... I needed that. At least for the rainbow kill.
Yeah, so this will cost us a turn, but that's about it.
Cannot do anything. Maybe get a range here. Because if I do the ray here as well... Maybe? Nope. Actually, it's a bit scuffed. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, so we normally like to go for a rainbow kill here. If you kill an enemy with a Jin that they're weak to, like a Jin's ability, not a summon, like an actual Jin that they're weak to, you get a rainbow kill, which gives you additional experience and drop rates. And we like to do it here to try and hit some level ups later on. But like the Tret one it's like 1 encounters or less than 1 encounters worth of experience. The Tret one's not really that important. You get through Tret without anyone dying. It's like, cool, move on. Even if it is a little bit slow.
It is, and there's a chance that if he only focuses Ivan, that can get sketchy, but that's why we usually don't, like, we usually defend one of the turns.
Yeah.
Don't fight every turn with Ivan.
I think if he like goes Thorn, Ivan target, he can die through a defend, but like that's super rare.
No, that's not a good idea. Let's do it like this. I'm quite low because of the extra turn I had to fight. So I'll do this healing here. I just don't want a death warp from before Fukin Temple to here.
Oh, so all the way back to...
Oh boy, no, wait a second.
You wouldn't even come here, you'd go back to Immel.
Yeah, I just realized. That's not a good idea. Actually, maybe make a stop in Kolima, just to be sure. Now I'm nervous.
There's like... If that happens, this run was not meant to be. Because you still have a void all the way to the bridge as well, right? So it's like you're only taking 2 encounters, or 3 encounters at most, that you can heal between.
Exactly. But if there's bears, you know? Bears are dangerous.
Be hilariously unlucky to party wipe.
Well,
at least before fusion. Once you get into Mogul Forest, you can get some CDSs that can be a bit sketchy.
I will take that detour carry. I will take that. I am too nervous now.
Yeah, the safety detour.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, what, 2-3 seconds that I invested here. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it's... Yep.
In a 5-hour run.
Absolutely.
So this guy is the sole reason we have to do the Tret section, actually. Because this guy was, before we got there, he was a tree. So he couldn't let us pass.
And we do actually have a way to get through there without doing the whole Tret section. It's a trick called Death Storage, but we ban it for no save and quick categories because it kind of would make the game a lot less fun. We would have to grind for poison and Mercury Lighthouse.
It's interesting for certain categories, but we just wanted also to keep the base category.
Yeah, when you can RNG manipulate and you can manipulate poison in Mercury Lighthouse, it's fine. But to actually do it in a no save and quick category, you would have to rely on RNG to get someone poisoned in Mercury Lighthouse, and it's awful. We're going to do that later in Alton anyway, but it's much easier there, and it's still a little bit awful, but nowhere near as bad as trying to get poison in Mercury Lighthouse is. So we ban it, because it would let you skip way too much stuff.
Okay, next Mimic. Who's up for that? I need this here.
So this Mimic is much less out of the way than the last one.
Yes, this is pretty much on path, almost. So this guy has Briar, which could also be kind of different, but this guy seems to play nice. Thank you.
Nice, debilitate and didn't work. Useful.
Yeah.
Free,
Oh, what a
essentially
shame.
a free action.
Ramses. Here we go. Ah, wrong target. You should have drained Felix. That would be perfect.
Oh, the Felix Drain would have been great. Oh, set up your retreat glitch for you. And he didn't even do any damage for you to heal.
Yep. A shame. Yeah, Mimics can go either way. This Mimic only gives us a game ticket, which is a bit sad because it's the most useless item anywhere that you can find.
Especially in the speedrun when we ban the use of the Tolby slots.
Yeah, exactly. No games.
The game tickets are literally useless.
You can only sell them for what, 22 gold, I think. That's it.
Yeah, they can be sort of useful a little bit in the first or in the only shop, but for the rest of the run, yeah, they just take up space.
So here is where we get the Force Orb, which we will not use for quite a while. That was the wrong one, oopsie. Growth, here we go. 14. So I need to set up another retreat glitch here. To get to a friend Zephyr. If he's a friend, we will find out.
Yeah, Zephyr's one of the worst gins for fleas. Zephyr fleeing is one of the biggest time losses. It's something like 30 seconds if he runs away to reset the room.
Playing nice, playing nice.
Nice. It's Zephyr and Quartz. Is there another one in 100% that's worse than Quartz? Probably not.
Let me think. Not
Probably
really,
not.
I think, no?
Oh, Dew's pretty bad if Dew flees. That's not much fun.
Oh, I don't have enough. Well, then we do this retreat glitch.
Yeah, his retreat glitch doesn't even really cost any time.
Yep.
It's like less than half a second. Yeah.
So the sole reason we get the... Oh, wait a second, maybe I should heal that. The sole reason we got the Force Orb is because of the category definition of 100% to pick up all the synergy items. We actually don't need it to go through this dungeon, which is Mogul Forest. You could use the Force Orb to attack the stumps there, the tree stumps, but it will only show us the way where to go next on the screen, so it's not really useful because we know that anyway.
Yeah, Mogul Forest is a completely optional dungeon. We not Mogul Forest. Fusion Temple is an optional dungeon. We do it in any percent as well because Zephyr is super useful. Because Zephyr gives us access to the tier 3 Jupiter Summon Procny, which is the fastest, the second fastest ability in the game.
Hmm.
The only thing faster than it is just a single attack, and if the single attack is a critical hit, it's slower than Procny. So we like Procny. Procny is what shifts us back into killing things. Fleeing is no longer faster on average. We get to blow stuff up now.
Yeah, also the like Zephyr, also the special ability when you summon, when you activate Zephyr is also quite nice to speed up.
Yeah, you get an agility boost, which is great.
Yeah, there are theories that, or I think actually we know that it could be faster with not picking up Zephyr, well, for any percent that is. Big but, it's very scuffed, because then if you don't fight these encounters here, you need to flee, and that's very risky. So a lot of the runs would just straight up die.
Yeah, it's Zephyr in any percent is about a 2.5 minute detour. And it probably saves that amount of time anyway. Like, you lose time not having him, but do you lose 2.5 minutes? Maybe, maybe not. The jury's out. But it's definitely more scuffed. You're very much likely to lose a run here because you're just trying to run away from everything. In the old any percent, like actual any percent, which was just RNG manipulate the entire game before we had arbitrary code execution, we didn't get Zephyr because we can manipulate fleas, so we don't do that. That's any percent classic is that category now, and that's the only difference between no save and quit any percent and any percent classic is you don't get Zephyr. At least the only Jin difference. And I don't think anyone seriously considers doing Zephyrless any percent runs because it's awful.
Yeah, it's more of a meme at the moment, at least.
Yeah. Plus, Propney's just so good. It's so fast, being able to just blow things up. Right, it's like, oh, you're dead now. Bye.
Well, if we had access to Tiamat earlier, that would be a possibility. Not sure.
There's a scuffed encounter.
Yeah, I'm also very unsure about 4 monster encounters. I could just flee. But there's a danger in it.
Yeah, the problem is those dirges have flying attack, which can be very, very scary. So this chest, the Elven Shirt, is probably the best item in the game. Gives you a massive boost to agility, and will allow Ivan in particular to outspeed pretty much. Actually, in 100% will allow him to outspeed everything in the entire game, which is awesome.
Yes.
So even at low levels, we can go first, and if you can go first, you can get a summon off and pretty much blow stuff up, which is great. Completely overpowered item.
Coming close to an end of this dungeon. There is one more boss in the way.
Yeah, Killer Ape can be a little bit trolly. He knows some pretty hard-hitting abilities. He can kill people. Like, you're not likely to get a full party wipe, but he can kill individual people, which is just slow and annoying. Particularly, he has an ability called Ransack, which does a huge amount of damage. And if he uses it on Ivan after turn 1, then Ivan can die. We don't like that. Turn 1's not too bad because we just used Granite to reduce damage, but after turn 1 we don't really have damage reduction anymore, so it can get a bit sketchy.
Warcry on Ivan. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, Warcry also will remove an action. It'll prevent someone from taking their turn. So if you use it on Isaac or Garrett here, they don't get their first turn in, which is pain. But once we get through the first turn, you just blow him up with summons and you can generally kill him pretty quick. It's a 3-turn fight done optimally.
Oh, playing nice. Cool.
Yeah. Awesome.
What ja. Ska från. And a rainbow.
Nice. So yeah, so this is another boss we go for the rainbow kill with. This one's a little bit more useful, but again, if you don't get it, it's not the end of the world. Especially when you're taking the mimics, which make up for the experience anyway.
So let's see
And
if
this
I can nail this.
A great little trick where we can clip onto a pillar. This saves about 5 seconds, and this is the only place in the run where we do this. It's not quite pixel perfect. There's a few pixels of leeway, but it's pretty close. I think there's like only 3 or 4 pixels. Nice. There we go.
Got it.
So that saves about 5 seconds. Saves you having to run around and jump across, which is cool. There is another place that theoretically it works, but even the TAS struggles to make it be faster.
Oh, that's an early encounter. Whatever.
Ooh, yeah, that's annoying.
Actually, I think I need this. I'm running a bit low here on PP. I might use a Psy Crystal on Mia. I think I've never
not
been
a terrible idea.
that low. Like 19 here is.
Although you have healing on Ivan now, which is fine.
Yeah, but I take encounters in Altin here.
Yeah. Still.
So I will need Procne or Drench sooner or later. So this is Corona. Not the virus.
And enter memes in chat.
Yeah, enter memes now. That's fine. Let's go on. You don't fight ape encounters in this part, or actually. Well, there's other apes later, but these apes you don't fight.
Yeah, these apes are a little bit broken. So those apes are essentially, you see them first in Mogul Forest as mini bosses. If you use force on the wrong stumps, they will jump out and you fight them as a mini boss. But then once you leave Mogul Forest, they're just an overworld encounter. And they actually have more HP than the final form of them in their monster line. So you fight like an upgraded version of them later that has less HP than the apes. Personally, I think that's a mistake by the developers. I think they intended to have a different monster there for you to fight and they just put the apes there by accident. But there are other theories as to why they're so ridiculously strong. They're stronger than some end game encounters that you can fight. It's crazy. They're just ridiculous.
Yeah, it really seems like they intended this for Mogul Forest to be some mini bosses in the trees or whatever.
Yeah,
something like that. Also, I hope you enjoy this that you're jumping around. We'll take care of it soon, so that it cannot troll us any longer.
Again, if we had poison, we could skip a little bit of this, but there are so few enemies that give you poison early on in the game that we can't quite do it yet.
Oh, it was only him. Okay.
These living statues, we fight a few of them. They're just little mini bosses. They're not too bad. Their scariest attack is just attacking Ivan. If they critical hit an attack on Ivan, Ivan can die. But other than that, they're fine. They don't really do too much. Once Isaac gets to level 11, we can kill them without them getting an action as well, which is really nice. And now we go into Alton.
I don't think so, Carrie.
So really the thing we want to do in Alton is someone needs to get poisoned. And that's so that we can do a trick in not too long to skip quite a big part of the game, actually. It's actually quite a big time save. It's like a 14 or 15 minute time save, something like that. But we can't manipulate poison, which means we kind of have to just hope it happens. There's only 2 enemies that can poison you in this dungeon. Ooh, that is very nice. This is the best encounter for getting it. Do it. Oh,
I
would
think actually...
it.
Huh? Let's see. Oh, wow. The rare one.
Oh,
nice. Thank you.
Oh,
I take that as a compliment.
That's making up. The RNG dunked on us earlier, and that makes up for it. Like, if this was a PB pace run and you get a poison that fast, suddenly it's like laser focus for the rest of the run. That was very, very good.
Oh, into a CBS. Nice. Ah, double poison.
Yeah, Rafi's right. That is illegal.
That's illegal.
God, double poison now. Yeah, because it's pure RNG getting poison, and so getting it fast is just so nice.
Yeah, actually, Kara is right here. This is not perfect, so to speak. It would be better if you get it later.
Yeah, but you don't even really have to heal that much,
if you get it, don't complain. You just don't complain.
Like, those poison procs do so little damage, you don't really need to heal that much. Like, it's 1 or 2 additional heals. It's really not that much. And you're probably doing heals anyway when you take damage just in battles.
True. So that was living statue number 2. Let's heal after this.
So in old any percent routes, that would essentially have been the end of Alton, because there's a retreat glitch we can do in a room coming up that just basically skips the entire dungeon, takes us right to the end. But unfortunately, the trick we're going to do with poison later requires a single use of lift, and lift is the synergy that you get at the end of the dungeon, and also for 100% purposes we need to get it anyway. So now we have to do the entire dungeon, which is a surprisingly long dungeon, actually.
Yeah, and also for mimic percent reasons, we need to get
there's
to
a
the
mimic
next
as well, isn't there?
Yeah, it's coming soon up.
Yeah, I forgot there was a mimic in here.
It's also quite scuffed one because it has a pretty strong synergy. I think this one is the one with Shine Plasma.
Oh,
and
yeah,
since we have poison, that can be very scuffed if he just focuses. I mean, especially Isaac / Felix here. So
yeah, the poison carrier dying here is about the worst thing that can happen.
I think I usually do it like that, so... Neptune... Oh, I did not set feet. Oh, shit. Scuffed. Okay. I did something wrong. Well then, let's do it like this. Yeah, I usually do a small chin menu here. I only set quartz and granite, but I should have set fever on to Isaac. So now this guy will survive by about 80 to 100 or so. But he was not doing Shine Plasma there, so I hope we should be fine. Let's actually defend the view. Just hope for the best. Actually, Growth might be better here.
Is it 5 PP? He just doesn't have enough synergy to do anything. Oh, nice. At least he was nice to us.
Yes. And another game ticket to make up for it, for the effort. Oh, an encounter here. Attacks first, though. Nice.
So now that everyone's level 11, it is arguably faster to be fleeing from stuff, but there's not really consensus on the best way to get through Alton. Some people will clear things that you can kill with a single Procny. Some people will kill everything. Some people run away from everything. It's very much runner's choice. I don't think we have a clear consensus on what the fastest strategy through here is. It's like Happy's pretty much killing everything. Personally, I run away from most things. I prefer to flee when I can.
Yeah, but you also do level 13 Colossal.
I do also do level 13 Colossal, yeah.
Oh yeah, I should start healing with Isaac now again, because I will need to retreat warp quite soonish.
Yep.
Yeah, 17. That should be fine. I should be able to drain that. Oh, I could have healed again. Well, let's do that.
Yeah, somewhere in the 15 range when you then put everyone on standby is good. Once you retreat out, we'll have you pretty close.
Oh, skip the encounter? Oh, nice. I think we did that.
Oh, nice. That's really good encountering. Lovely. Love to see that.
So this.
So now everyone's level.
Yeah,
Sorry,
this living statue we do a little bit differently because, yeah, Isaac is level 11 here, so we outspeed the statue and can skip its action pretty much.
So even though Sibel as a summon is so slow, it's the time Lossosaurus. It's still faster to use it here than to let him get an action in, which is why we do it. But we hate using Sibel. We avoid it wherever possible because it's so slow.
Yes.
It's like the anti-Procny.
You are very sad if you have to use that in the very last boss fight.
Yeah.
Happens.
Now, after a couple of retreat glitches, we're going to see the first use of having poison. So note how every time poison procs, Isaac does a little jump. Sorry, Felix does a little jump. That jump is not just visual, that actually raises your Z coordinate. And because it actually raises your Z coordinate, it means if you try and interact with something at the top of that jump, you can actually interact with things that are on a higher level than you. So we're going to use that in order to get a Djinn, to skip a puzzle that you need to generally solve in order to get a Djinn, which is pretty fun. So you do a couple of retreat glitches, we do... Yeah. Yeah, probably. So we do a very specific setup, and there you go. Touch spritz at the top of the jump, and we can fight him.
And it's playing nice.
And it's a long puzzle too.
Yeah, that would be a long puzzle. One, two. Oh yeah, got damage as well.
Yeah, so unfortunately, those poison jumps only work in TBS. They don't work in TLA, which is a shame.
Oh, they patched that? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure they don't do the jumps. There is one other trick we're going to do with poison coming up, which same idea. But instead of doing a single poison jump, we do two. Or so we store one and do a double poison jump.
Attacks first on the ape encounter? Nice.
Oh, nice. Getting a few attacks first here. This is a really, really good Alton.
Yeah, time to curse it. Perfect.
Yeah, nothing to complain so far with this Alton.
Yeah, whatever. That's actually I think that's fine to kill here.
Yeah, it's a single proc.
Single ones die easily. Oh yeah. 10, 11, 12. So I'm just counting Felix's PP, 13. So, oh no, I did the wrong one, damn it. So this is also a slight different to what we usually do in any percent. Yeah, you can just trigger this cutscene differently. But here we have to use the Force Orb because we got it. No, we run away.
The Force Orb, you talk to the sign and Garrett just gets angry and kicks the wall and causes the boulder to fall. The Mount Aleph boulder, which has made its way all the way to Alton. 3 years it's taken to get here.
Coming up one of the rare out-of-bounds sections here in the game.
Yeah, generally getting out of bounds is really, really good because there's like doors and stuff that you can generally hit out of bounds. This one's a bit different. Like normally you have to fight a boss here in order to get the lift gem, but by getting out of bounds, we can just like walk up behind him and pick it up out of the chest.
Goodbye, Hydra statue. Nice seeing you.
And that out of bounds works because retreat glitch turns off loading zones at the top of ladders. So you can just climb up the ladder to get out of bounds. There's another trick you can do, which is called an instant climb, where you get on the ladder and as you're getting off on the exact same frame, the animation for getting off the ladder starts. You press up and you warp to the top of the ladder. But that's a frame perfect trick at 60 frames per second. So it saves a little bit of time if you get it first try, but I think most people just do the retreat glitch to just turn off the loading zone.
Yeah, if you're not practiced in the ladder glitch, then instant climb, then
some people are really good at them, but I'm not one of those people.
Well, but you do the same with the log quite consistently, so that's the same number of frames that you need to wait, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So we got finally through Alton. Oh, I did not get the recovery. Whatever.
And now we have a bit of a long cutscene, which is nice. We haven't had a long cutscene in a while, so this one's actually a little bit welcome. It's a bit of a break.
Yeah, I'll actually use it for a quick pee break. I'll be right
I was
back.
going to say this is normally pee break temple. The other lovely use of turbo is you can just turn turbo on and smash through this cutscene. It goes for a couple of minutes, so there is time to get up and have a drink, go to the toilet, while we get a nice big lore dump. And we have to watch this because this is where we get reveal, which is a pretty, again, a nice little synergy. Or synergy, however you want to pronounce it. Which it reveals things that are hidden, which we're supposed to use in Lamakan Desert coming up to find oases, because the gimmick is that you run around and you fill up a heat bar, and when it gets to the top you take damage. but it's also used as like a puzzle solving mechanic to find like items and chests and things. There are a couple of required uses of reveal, otherwise, so we can't actually skip it, which is a shame. Yeah, and yeah, cool little synergy. But we have to watch this long ass cutscene in order to get it.
They just give us a synergy item for reveal. That would speed things up.
I wondered, this like monk in the bottom left, does he have any idea what's actually going on? Because he's sitting here listening to the whole thing and he never says a word. Like, what the hell are these people talking about?
This is fine.
Oh, if only there was a way we could say no to skip all the lore dumps. But unfortunately, we cannot.
Well, no cutscene patch is the best we have.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you still have to watch the cutscene. There's just no text with it. You just get everyone's movements and it makes them faster.
True. And time to already use it for the first time. So, I decided for myself, since I'm like usually doing 100% in combination with mimics, to skip this Water of Life actually, if I have the one that I got after the first mimic. But since I had to use that immediately, well, yeah, I go for this one.
Yeah, that Water of Life isn't required to do the run. It's very much a safety Water of Life. Right, if everything goes perfect, then you don't need it. Right, if you get to the end with all of your Water of Lives unused, then that's generally great. And this is the cutscene we were talking about earlier. That's just, it feels so bad having to watch this, the saves you cutscene. It's so slow and painful.
Yeah, this is slow, and also then there's a second part back at the temple. This one.
Yeah. It's so awful having to do it.
Yes.
But it's transferable data, so it is required for the category.
Yeah, actually I can't remember what happens. I think it's just mentioned in text that Felix...
Yeah, she shows up when you go
Isaac
to...
or Felix, whatever. that this group saved them.
It's you go to Chomper, and she shows up and gives you one of the golden items. Although suddenly Sue's name is different. He gets a name change.
Ah, yeah, true. I forgot about that. Yeah. But just in the English version, I think. Or
yeah, just in English version. Oh,
maybe.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
Oh, this took so long, I forgot. Oh, okay, yeah, I still don't have Frog Me back, so here we go. Hot dessert.
Yeah, hot on your feet.
Oh, well, in this case, use the powerful summon, Boreas, which is also slow.
Yeah, Boreas will one-shot anything, but it's you know, the tier 4 summon, but it's super slow, so we still want to kill things with Procnim when we can.
Oh yeah, forget it.
And we have another little out of bounds trick coming up called the slip and slide. And in order to set it up, movement through this entire dungeon is actually fairly precise. I mean, there's a little bit of leeway, but the movement path that we take is quite precise in order to get to an oasis that we need to with is exactly the right amount of bar filled on the left. And we can use that to get out of bounds.
Mm-hmm.
Which is useful because the boss of this dungeon, the Manticore, is just located at 0-0 on every map. So once we get out of bounds, we can just run up to the top left corner of the map and fight him, which is useful.
Oh, okay. Whatever, let's do Boreas. Did not get back Procni. There's also another friendo we will get here. Shortly coming up, that Smog. Pretty useful Jin, as we will also see later in Colosso.
He's also one of the odd Jin that he's a Jin that you encounter in a dungeon, but you don't ever actually have to fight him.
Mm-hmm.
Which is quite unusual for Jin.
Oh, okay, that seems to be perfect for me. Oh, I still want to heal you, I guess. Oh, okay, never mind. I'll do it later.
This is the setup for the slip and slide glitch. Basically, we go into reveal to reveal the oasis, go into retreat mode, which there's like a little magnet essentially in the middle of the oases that suck you into the middle. That gets turned off when you go into retreat mode. So Isaac just kind of keeps going. And there's a couple ways to do it. The way Happy's done it here is you end up warping all the way over to the left, and then you take an encounter on that little patch and it just pops you up out of bounds. That's the other sign of someone who mostly does no cutscene patch, because that's the only way to do this in no cutscene patch.
Yep.
We're going to do a Jin setup to fight the Manticore. Manticore used to be quite a sketchy boss, but now we have Boreas available because we get Spritz in Alton. So he's not too bad now. There are some rare flex sort of, or some rare patterns that can get you in trouble, but for the most part, Manticore is okay. It's just a 2-turn fight. We unload summons on him, and it's... You know, I think it's like 99% likely to be fine.
Yeah, unless you get very unlucky with, I think the worst pattern is something like this is also a pattern
Poison
boss,
Tail,
by the way.
Mad Blast targeted, yeah.
Yeah, Mad
You
Blast
have to get
targeted
really
into
unlucky.
Poison Tail, or
Yeah.
well, maybe we'll see Poison Tail
okay,
into
well, we
attack.
might see it now. I think Mad Blast.
Yeah, of course the Poison Carrier.
Problematic.
This is scuffed, yes.
That's fine. Okay, we're fine.
I think we're fine.
Yeah, we're
I
fine.
mean,
now.
I didn't really get if he was poisoned. Didn't see that. So he could have double poison, alright. Or wait a second, was it an attack? No, the attack was the second deck. So it was a Poison Tail, right?
Yeah, he went Poison Tail attack.
Yeah.
So it procced, so he's going to be pretty low, but he'll be fine.
Yeah, just I shouldn't forget to heal him right after the battle. Yeah, 28 damage. One more proc and he would die.
Yes. And then we would be seeing the Kraken.
Yeah. I actually had something like that happen quite recently. And I practiced Kraken with this, so...
Just in case, yeah.
Yeah. Just continued, because why not?
So Manticore is the other boss, other than Saturos. It's actually on a pattern. So when he uses Poison Tail, he has two options of what's coming next. He used Attack, which is nice. Mad Blast there would have been scary. This is probably the trolliest
he
Jin.
attacked Poison Carrier, which he did.
Or if he attacked the Poison Carrier, yeah. So Vine is kind of the trolliest Jin. When you just run around to try and collect him, you only have a 33% chance, like a 1 in 3 chance of actually seeing him. But there is a technique called tapping, where if you're not holding a button when you encounter Vine, or when you get the encounter, it will always be Vine. So you saw Happy would have been tapping as quickly as he can. Preferably, single frame taps in order to force him. But Vine can be super annoying. You should heal.
Yeah. Enjoy.
Guess we're seeing the Kraken.
Yeah. Lol.
Oh no.
But wasn't he like at 40?
Oh, he was at like 12. He was very, very low.
Oh boy. Oh shit. Okay, I saw that incorrectly. I thought he was at 40.
That's not good.
Yes. Well, enjoy Kraken time. Fuck.
Well, so we've been carrying poison this whole time in order to skip the Kraken, but now we're gonna have to go and damn. Oops.
Very much oops. I'll get the Bottle of Life here as well.
I hope you have Kraken strats written down.
Oh yeah, I know what to do. As I said, I practiced this in a run.
Definitely take the pre-Kraken safety save.
Oh, actually, whatever. Let's use one Bottle of Life here. I don't want to go to the temple. I know where it is. It's on the bottom left, but it's a fast ride. I don't want to go there.
Yeah.
Well, so if we had poison, how does Kraken skip work? I think you teased it earlier because we pretty much buff for a double poison jump and by very precise movements. Actually, there's multiple techniques, but by precisely doing one of these techniques, you can jump into a pillar, and when you're in that pillar, you can skip. Like that pillar usually prevents you from going through the dungeon from that direction. But when you clip into the pillar, you can move it and get out of that region.
Yeah, there's a dungeon called Gondwan Passage. Oh, yeah, Gondwan Passage, is that what it's called?
Yeah,
that's what it's called? Yeah. And it lets you return back to the Calais side of the Caribou Sea once you go to Tolby. And as Happy said, there's a single pillar there that prevents you getting it, but by doing a very specific setup, we can clip into the pillar using poison jumps. And so we just go backwards through the dungeon the wrong way.
Oh boy, what a scuff.
But unfortunately, we had issues and we missed it. That's alright.
Mm-hmm.
It happens. Not the first time this has happened to people in marathon settings. I think Corporate Image, when we did a big community race a while ago, and I think Corporate Image had the same thing happen where he lost the poison carrier and had to go and do Kraken. These things happen.
Oh well.
Yeah, it's like a 11 or 12 minute time loss. Actually, it's probably more than that because we did all of Volton, so like a 15-minute time loss. Just get to see more of the game. Get to hear the boat music. Everyone loves the boat music.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we have some safety time for the run.
Exactly.
Now it will be like we had one scuffed Death Warp, this now as well, so time is all pretty much used up. Also, by the way, Old Ass Man having his entry here.
Old ass man. Old ass man.
So, let's do this. Oh boy, I haven't done this. Well, I did it once, but on no cutscene patch recently. And yeah, I'm not too practiced with this. This cutscene is also very famous for Garrett being an idiot.
Yeah, so Garrett's like, oh, I want to... Creighton told me about the ocean. Look, it's the ocean. And this guy's like, nah, it's just like a lake. It's fine. It's not the ocean. But we've already run past the ocean and been to a lighthouse that overlooks the ocean. It's like, Garrett is such an idiot. He is the worst character in all of Golden Sun.
You just want to do 100 all mimics with Kraken. Yeah, I will admit it. I want to do the run that FX did at some point, but it's investment.
100% glitchless. Yeah. True, Kraken is just a big mimic. Hopefully a big mimic that hasn't had his coffee today.
Yeah. Should have slain Hydra statue. Meh.
It's actually a good point.
Shame, Rele. Shame.
Oh yeah, don't ask, Rele.
Shit happened.
We just really like boats.
Yeah, that's the reason. I'm doing Kraken skip on the boat.
Boats, boats, boats.
Come on, get down.
I mean, the biggest problem with doing the boat is that there's so many cutscenes.
Yeah.
Alright, trying to set everything up, and then after all the fights, there's cutscenes. Like, which is why it's actually not that much slower to do the boat in no cutscene patch. It's only like a minute and a half slower. Unfortunately, this is not no cutscene patch, so we have to watch them all and mash and be sad. Because it's such a sort of a build-up dungeon. It's, you know, we do take 3 fights that are all, I mean, they're all like free fights essentially.
Yeah.
And then we have the
One
Kraken,
summons.
who can be a massive run killer. And if he doesn't go to sleep, then you just lose. And yes, Carrie's right. Boat theme is the best theme.
Based. Oh yeah, slip bump is here. That's perfect. More cutscene. So on this boat, we actually have these other guys who are also warriors. They claim because they want to enter in the Colossal fights as or the Colossal tournament as well, but they will prove to not be very good. Let's say it like that.
They will prove to not be very good. Our one job is to protect the oarsmen, and we fail 4 times.
Yeah, but we're not bad fighters. We're just unreliable.
That's. I mean, they asked a bunch of teenagers to like help out. What did they expect?
Yeah. Oh no, I don't want to protect these guys. I just want to play video games.
Says the guy currently playing video games.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, it's been so long since I've seen the boat in a run. I miss Kraken. Like
You only miss it because you
them.
haven't seen it for a while. That's the only reason.
Yeah, no, it's actually not, right? So Kraken is like has a 1 in 8 chance to just end the run. And because if he doesn't go to sleep, then the run just dies. And that's really sad. But like we replaced that 1 in 8 chance of the run ending with having to get poison in Alton. I'd much rather the 1 in 8.
So what you're saying is you will be back to glitchless at some point, it sounds like?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. No, because you still need poison in glitchless, because the poison jump to get spritz is not considered a glitch.
Which is
So you still need to get the poison. And maybe I'll go for glitchless soon. I did used to have the glitchless world record very briefly.
Blow things up with judgment. Boom.
Yep. These encounters that we fight here all just die with a single summon. So you just blow them up. And then we make sure to take our recoveries in such a way that we have all of our Jinn available for the Kraken fight.
So since one of the oarsmen got taken out, or well, he fainted, he's KO after the attack on the bottom floor. We have to replace the oarsmen with some of the passengers, and we choose the swordsman here. It actually matters a little bit who we choose there. You can pretty much choose any of the passengers. It matters a little bit because if you have an imbalance for left to right, then you can go places.
Yes, places that we want to go to later.
Yes, exactly.
But unfortunately, it's a dungeon that we can't complete yet. Otherwise, we would probably just go there now. But we can't do all of it yet. So.
Actually, I don't think that's... I mean, you're missing the synergy items, of course, but still, the fights would be brutal.
Yeah, they would be really, really brutal.
Like, you could... I guess
imagine
you
trying to
could
fight
do
Deadbeard with the
even
setup we have
Deadbeard, but
now.
holy moly, you would die so often.
Would you? Without ground? Without ground or flash? I don't know if you could.
I mean, I think it's possible, but it's like... Nobody would do that. It's so much death there. You'll die 9 out of 10 times or so. Yeah, without Manip it would be hard. It is. I think it's possible, but it's hard. Would be an interesting challenge. Yeah, I mean, you could... With the possibilities of Ace, you could just give yourself the synergy and try it out.
Yeah. It's a shame you can't just death storage your way through some of the dungeons, but... Well, through some of the rooms.
Sir?
So we have to do this fight, encounter, replace oarsman thing one more time before the end. Gets a little bit repetitive, the boat can drag on a little bit. Also, it annoys me that they're saying, oh, we can't go anywhere with these oarsmen, yet they have their sails at the top of the mast that they're not even using.
They're just there for looks.
Exactly right. Right, they even have 2 masts. Like, that boat would go great under sail.
Arg.
This is the last fight. Blow it up again.
Before the scary one.
Yeah, before the scary one. It's like the calm before the storm. Oh yeah, easy judgment fight, and then Kraken.
Lady, please come with me. It's time to row a boat. Row, row, row the boat.
The way the Kraken fight works is he hits like an absolute truck. Like, even casually, Kraken is one of the harder bosses in the game. Like, it's just brutally difficult. The way we can kill him is that every boss in the game has like a hidden weakness, and for almost every boss, the hidden weakness is just summons. So it doesn't really affect us at all. You just hit it with summons, and summons are a bit more effective against bosses. But for whatever reason, the Kraken's weakness is to sleep. So we use sleep bombs and sleep synergies and some gin that can put things to sleep to try and put the Kraken to sleep. We have about a 1 in 8 chance that all of our attempts to put him to sleep fails. And if it fails, then he just wrecks us and we die. But when he goes to sleep, we can just unload a ton of summons against him and he will die.
Shame.
That's alright, you can just do it here.
Thought I
So
did it.
we really, really, really want to see him go to sleep.
Actually, yeah, granite. Yeah, I have to do a menu here.
Yeah, all your menus are going to be scuffed.
Yes, that hurts. This is on you. Elven shirt to Garrett.
Yes, that Garrett gets it, doesn't he?
Yep, he got it. Did I do it correctly? Yes, I did it. Then save before anything
Definitely
weird
save.
happens. And see if I did everything correctly.
Yeah, we have definitely had Krakens go awful in marathons before. I think Bowie in a race a while ago, back before Poison Skips had like 3 Kraken fails in a row. Alright, so fingers crossed for sleep.
Sleepy Kraken, please.
No coffee for you today.
Easy!
Yeah, who was scared?
Who was scared? Nobody.
So now he's asleep, it's practically a free fight. So now we just blow him up and he dies. And we have Boreas as well, so we can like really blow him up. We used to rainbow kill Kraken as well in order to get more experience, but it's not really required anymore.
Yeah, especially in 100%, it's kind of pointless.
Yeah, especially in 100% Mimic.
Yeah.
So Thor is the other summon that we don't want to use unless we absolutely have to, because again, it is brutally slow. There you go, easy Kraken.
Whew. Back to the 100% notes. Or actually not yet. Not yet.
Hey, at least you don't have to do the awful run from the entrance to Gondwan passage to Tolby. Right, encounter skip back practically guaranteed. Unless you roll an awful rate.
Do you have
No,
to
we don't have to set the backtrack path.
Shit. Curry is right. Yeah, because we do a warp soon. Or not because of the warp, but I mean,
Right, because we do the
Not-
warp
I don't
to Vale.
need
How do we
to.
get back to Tolby? I thought we death warped back to Tolby, don't we?
yeah, actually we do. No, I don't need to because yeah, you do it naturally. It's just if you do it differently.
Yeah,
Not even-
right. Because we do Alt Miller. After the Babby cutscene, we do the Vale door. Pick up whichever djinn it is in the Vale Cave, and then don't we death warp back?
Yeah, we def warp back. Yeah, actually it's
and then
fine.
after
It's
Colosso,
just,
we just run around.
it's
Yeah.
just I have to remember that I have to do a different path in Gondor Passage after Colosso.
Oh yeah, yeah. You
much
have to solve it properly. Yeah.
Oh, I did not get the. You can do growth though. Yeah, that was causing more confusion. Action necessary. So technically this is now the first djinn that we wouldn't need in any percent. But this has been the standard djinn for any percent
yes.
for
because we went
quite
to
a while
Calais.
now. Yeah, because yeah, we usually skip the other one that we got in Calais. Oh yeah, I haven't done the djinn menu yet. Oh boy, I'm not looking forward to that. So it was granite quartz, scorch and forge, and that should be it. What I did. Please get me to hail. No,
Ugh. Brutal.
because this is now the next djinn that we don't get for a while now in any percent.
And this is the last overworld djinn, isn't it? I think there's only the 3 of them.
Yes, I think so. Let's actually heal here. I don't wanna do some dumb death warps here.
Great
Not
timing on the heal.
anymore. Not anymore. Can I? Thank you. Beach episode? Oh, beach episode.
Oh, nice. I love
Ah.
how beach has like its own.
I forgot to do something though. I just realized.
Oh, yeah, it's on Garrett. I'm like, wait, what happened?
How is that possible? Oh yeah.
Yeah,
there
the,
was
the open
this
shirt still on
thing.
Garrett. Yep.
Mhm.
Cracking
Good.
brain.
Thank you, Vile Dirge. Or is it a Vile Dirge here? I forget. One of the dirges.
Yeah, one of the dirge line. Yeah.
Jesus.
Much nicer to get hit by the dirge than like later on when it's like Todompa outspeeds you or something. That would be awful.
Yeah. There's quite some awful ones. Come on, get me to Alt Miller now. Please, please. No!
So the djinn that we picked up there, Granite, is... ground, is one of the most broken djinn. When you use ground, he's priority, so he will always go first, no matter who uses him. And it removes an action from the enemy that you use it on. So if you use it on an enemy that only gets one action in a turn, they just won't get a turn.
Fever.
It is incredibly busted.
Okay, I just needed Fever back to do this. Now we run for a while, because, yeah, Fling is faster on average, right?
Yep, of course.
I think that was an attacks first, even. But also, you probably noticed that I didn't do a menu yet. Very specific one. And that is because there's a next mimic coming up. That I still want to do.
Oh,
like
is that
this.
why you don't do it?
Yeah, that's why I don't do. I mean, there's also a second reason. There's also a Jin that we get.
I was gonna say you have to fight the Jin as well.
Yeah, but technically you could do both, even with the menu. But it would take forever for Felix to recover the Venus Genie if they're all just on here.
Yeah.
So we're slightly less tanky here for the moment.
Which is a little bit scary. So these guys actually do, like, everyone in here hits pretty hard. Like, normally we put all of the Venus Jin onto Isaac so that he basically becomes very hard to kill. But
Yeah,
having to
Rambo
run through
Isaac.
a little bit of this, there are some very sketchy encounters that we don't want to see right now.
I mean, we're fine if we see them, but we have to get away from them.
Yeah, we have to get away from them, yeah.
Okay, nice. Another attacks first.
Alt Miller is kind of like a scarier version of Mercury Lighthouse, running away from everything. This is, again, we're pushing the limits of what the game will kind of let us reasonably get away with.
Oh, damn it. I should have done the Jin menu here. Puzzle solving. Very nice.
This puzzle as a kid gave me so much trouble. I just, for whatever reason, my eyes cannot see that you can run behind one of those pillars.
Yeah.
I found it so counterintuitive. Also, this is another one of the Jin that is awful if they run away.
Well, yeah, but we prevent that with ground. That one of the reasons ground is OP.
Well, yeah, it's CBS fleas though.
Oh,
But yeah,
true,
and ground.
true.
Yeah. But yes, you're right. Ground on like Flash as well is another one that is big ground just because they can't run away then. Remove an action. They can't do
another
anything.
attacks first.
Dude, another attacks first. You've had a lot of attacks first this run.
Cool.
Good. A lot of CBSs, but also a lot of attacks firsts.
Incoming CBS into Death Warp to Tolby too early. Another attack. What?
Oh yeah, nice. The back-to-back attacks first.
Actually, now I'm scared. Let's heal. Actually, I
Well,
also
you can't get a
heal
CBS.
more.
It's not possible to get a CBS after 2 attacks firsts.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know.
So attacks first are controlled by BRN.
Actually,
only
that's
ever get them
also
back to
kind of bad that this is not working as intended. I need to heal a lot more with Isaac here because we're going to do a warp quite soon, and I have way too much PP for that, so that's not ideal.
Yeah, a lot of the routing here is kind of assumes that you're going to take damage and do healing. So when you have a really good ult miller, like Happy's just had a really good ult miller, it kind of throws out your PP management a little bit, and so it doesn't save as much time as you think. I'd still rather get the good Alt Miller and just have to spam growth or douse or something.
Alright, now I gotta split again. You broke it? Oh no, what did I break? For anybody interested, so I'm about 16 minutes behind from the usual estimate, so it should still be fine. I would hope.
Another attack first? My god.
Yeah. Which is fortunate but unfortunate. Come on, hurt me. No! Okay, I have to do a lot of douse then, I guess.
I mean, it's still faster to get away from these things, though, right? What a great Alt Mill.
Well, yes and no. Technically yes, but I need to death warp through this door here on the top left. Or death warp, retreat glitch.
Yeah, just give him a Marsgen and spam.
Yeah.
Growth.
No, I have douse anyway, so I'll do douse.
Or douse. Stand by all, use douse. Everything's fine.
Yeah. But you know, healing is faster. Just draining that 7 per heal, that would be great. Also, by the way, this is one of the guys who talks much.
Yeah, this is the other old guy I mentioned at the start, the really old one that just never ever stops talking.
Yeah, he's actually like a mentor to Kraden, by the way. So, or mentor, actually like, Kraden works for this guy, kind of.
Well, works for, was kidnapped as a child and forced to study alchemy.
Yeah,
Maybe he's
I
kind
mean,
of an awful person.
I would call it employment, right? I don't know. There's a bit of gray areas here.
You can talk to Babby and get the first part of his cutscene before you go and get the draft, but you get a couple extra bits of dialogue if you do that. So we just do both of his cutscenes now. And unfortunately, you can't just use the draft on him and skip the first cutscene. You have to actually watch it, which is just really annoying.
Yeah. He's like explaining us how to get past the puzzle that we solved earlier. And we're like, dude, we already did that.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you need to go get my draft. Oh, what? You mean this one?
Well, the devs thought about some ways like to adapt things. Like for instance, if you don't have the force orb, you cannot you would not be able to use it in Altin, and they made it possible to skip that. But then for some reason they didn't think about this possibility that you wouldn't speak to that weird shape on the floor
thing that you have to run straight past.
Yeah. I mean, technically,
that's a fair assumption.
You could not. You could ignore it with like weird visual glitch, whatever. Let's continue. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they had speed running in mind when they made this game somehow to be able to skip half the cutscenes.
So if like. Huge props to these guys for taking this old man away, because otherwise he would just ramble on forever.
Hey, they try and take him away and he keeps rambling on the way out.
Yeah, true.
This is like Christmas lunch with my family. It's, oh, we're going to leave now. Oh, let's start talking on the way out the door. Oh, let's leave again. Keep talking on the way out the door.
Mm-hmm.
just go away, man.
Didn't we talk enough already? Let's go. Also, they just talk about now, like, let's go to Colossa. But first we need to do another thing. Actually, let's hotkey that. It's fine to hotkey.
Standby all as well will be faster.
Oh yeah, true.
So this is going to be a bit of a special retreat glitch. So when you are... So the way retreat glitch really works is it tries to compare all of the doors that you're going through as though they were in door 1. Or in room 1. But when you go into retreat mode, this door doesn't really have an equivalent in room 1. So instead of the game crashing, there's kind of a fallback, which is just to dump you out on the world map somewhere, which happens to be just in front of Vale. So essentially we can just warp halfway across the map all the way back to Vale, which is pretty cool.
Which is pretty cool for us, yes.
Yeah, because we want to come here anyway, because we have to come here to get a gin and also to talk to Isaac's mum.
Yeah. Which is what we're doing now. So if you're back home, you gotta talk to mom, right? Talk to family. How's it going?
Yep.
Sadly, she's a bit sick here.
And she's not feeling so great.
Yeah. But I'm very sure she's happy to see us, even though we are on a mission to save the world. And are quite busy with that.
I mean, she's not so happy to see us. She yells at us for coming.
So this is also very nice that you can actually, like, if you played it, or if you play you played this part before, obviously. You came to Kraden's house at the very beginning of the game, and you always wondered, like, what is this rock doing there? How can I remove it? Because you can see past it that there is something behind that, and you don't know for a long time what is going on. But it's very nice to see that you can backtrack to get into this dungeon. I don't know, let's go for this that way. I was contemplating if I just do a YOLO here, but it's a bit too dangerous.
I mean, the way this run is going, I think you'd be punished for a YOLO somehow.
Yeah, exactly. So let's not do it. Let's rather go for a very scuffed Death Warp.
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't have mattered anyway, I guess. They're not up for damage. Pure RNG.
So the reason we come to this dungeon is there's a Jin in here, Kite, who everyone thinks is fantastic because he gives someone an extra turn, but he's not really as good as you think at first glance. It's okay.
Yeah, also we get a new synergy item.
We also get Halt, which is a required synergy item. Well, required for this run, not required to beat the game. It is an optional item.
Let's do it like this. I don't know. We'll see. It should be fine.
Yes, it'll be slow, but it'll work.
It's better than a solo, I don't know how they call it, necromancer or whatever.
Yeah.
These are... Like I had that a while ago, and he was like only haunting, and then it seems they don't have a lot of tech spells, so he was just going for status effects, and
you just have to run away and hope for something else.
yeah,
really.
exactly. And then he came again, and he just whirlwinded them. It's like, dude, that's just 20 damage.
Oh, this is such a slow death wall.
Bear
Oh,
Claw,
this is
finally.
so painful.
That's a lot. That's some good damage though. The Bear Claw.
There you go.
It just didn't want to do it, and he just keeps focusing different people. Oh, there we go. Moth is down.
Garrett, classic, first one to die.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's classic for Ivan.
Man, he just does not want to hit Ivan.
Yeah.
Everyone's dead and Ivan's there
Oh.
on full health. Like, come on.
Do it. So, and we're back in Torby.
Alright, that was about 1,000 turns.
Yes. So yeah, we got a good part across the world map in, yeah, a very short time. 2 times.
And now we get Colosso, which is a lot of people's favorite part of the game. Colosso is great. And we actually get to win Colosso in 100%.
Oh yeah, Raffi dropping the knowledge here. It's just death replication after the intro. Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah. Because if you die in... I mean, yeah, if you die at Soul Sanctum, you get back to the Sanctum.
Veil.
The
Yeah.
Veil Sanctum. Yeah, and that retreat glitch doesn't work anyway in the Soul Sanctum. I guess that's why, because otherwise we would be able to skip the intro, which would be great. Huge
Yeah, that would be
save.
awesome.
Mhm. So time for some intros here, or not intros, cutscenes. If I scuff up.
And definitely remembering to say no to things.
Mm-hmm. Please don't introduce me to this stage. I don't care about this stage.
Yeah, we already know how the stage works.
Yeah. Actually, casually, I think a pretty cool aspect of this is of the game is this section where you can try to optimize your way through these stages. But in a speedrun, we don't really mind because we can outspeed the warriors anyway. So we're like, meh. We just run through that with just Isaac. Felix, sorry.
And of course, by optimize, what you really mean is cheat.
Yes.
Use the rest of your party to cheat your way through Colosso. Yeah, it's possible to get all of the items in Colosso and still get to the end before all of the gladiators. The bumper is tight, but you can do it. But the only item we actually care about is the oil drop.
Yeah, actually, in 100%, we don't even care.
Do we get
about
the
that.
oil drop? We
Nope.
don't? Yeah, that's... Yeah.
Yeah, we have
But
smog.
we don't care about items.
We have smog. We don't really care. So I can do shenanigans here, which I sometimes do.
Yeah, it's just basically an auto-scroller. And by basically, I mean it is an auto-scroller.
This is fine.
So we can just run around, have fun on the logs, and we still win.
Yeah, easy. Nice. Delusion, attack, easy dodge.
Oh, nice. Easy game. There's a bunch of things that Azart can do that are just annoying, but we avoided all of them.
Yeah.
so
Most
that's
of all, defend can be annoying. Yes.
Yeah, defend on the judgment is sort of the worst you can do because then you're pretty weak and you have to get through some turns, but yeah. In 100% he's generally pretty good.
Yeah, we need to worry about somebody else.
Yeah. Good old Nut Rage.
Yeah, I mean, Nut Rage. Yeah, he is to be worried about, but because he has two
But
nuts
Azart-
and he
not
will
Azart,
use it
yeah.
if he's up for it. But there's even a more, because it's
Yep.
a more scary version, because afterwards we fight Navampa. And in the any percent we actually don't really mind losing, so we just lose because that's faster. In 100% we need to beat this guy though. And that's actually quite scary because this guy has a sleep bomb. And that sleep bomb can, if it procs and you sleep, you have a chance
pretty
of
much game
waking
over.
up, but it can mean a game over if you don't wake up early enough. Because if he just attacks afterwards and before you wake up, then rip. Nope. Oh no, let's see if I can pull this up. Come on. One more try.
Almost.
Come on.
Ah,
Ah, damn it. Okay, let's not do it. Still need to get the nut here. It's a different thing, so I don't care about... I do not care about oil drop, but I care about this nut here. It's more of a safety thing. If Cedric goes completely ham on us on the first and second turn, or actually most likely the first turn, because we will judgment on the first turn, and that means Smog is still active and we cannot use healing synergy. So in case for the backup, I need the nut.
Yeah. It's like if he goes attack, if he were to do a third attack, you would just die. So you need to be able to heal. And without cure or cure well, the nut is a nice backup.
No, smoke bomb. Seems like a nut rage to me.
Yep. So now his nuts are hidden behind his smoke bombs. So now he's used the smoke bomb. Here they come.
Yeah, here we go.
There's one, and they each heal for 200 HP, which is just a lot. It's basically two extra turns every time he does
Here
it.
we go. All the nuts used.
And there they are. Cool. So now we settle in for many, many Ragnaroks.
Yeah, that's 4 more Ragnaroks.
Yeah.
Should
Yeah.
be fine even if he crits.
Yeah, just.
So let's cure. Oh, I actually forgot to count now. Whatever.
Two more, I think. Oh, you just keep Ragnaroking till he dies, really. You can kill him a bit quicker with a flint on the last turn.
Yeah, I got lucky. Or at the correct guess.
Yeah, nice swaggy rainbow kill.
Doesn't really matter the rainbow kill because you don't get experience.
Yeah, you get no
anyway.
experience, yeah.
Same.
So you don't get that mad when Sat Rage does that because he does that most of the time. You see turn 1 smoke bomb, you just resign yourself to a slow colosso.
The third match, the Colosso Finals.
The one that we actually have to win this time.
Yeah, I mean, I could save, but I won't, because, I mean, it would be an invalid run either way if I load. So
That's
if
true.
I just die, I
That's
take
true.
the blame. I mean, I have to take much more blame for the earlier Kraken thing, so that's fine if I scuff this up as well. Or, well, if Navampa scuffs me up.
If you die, we'll just call it 99%.
Yeah.
Come on, you can do it.
I give up.
Come on.
Shame,
Bugger.
that means I couldn't show it off.
The instant climb, yeah.
I mean, I could still go for the log. Let's see. But I haven't done that in a while. Do you do it? Oh, okay. I can try it a second time. That was not really good. Nope. Did not get it to work.
That's alright. It's a frame perfect trick getting them to work. So it's not super easy to do the instant climbs and the glitchy logs and that sort of stuff. Alright, Navampa, he's the scary one in this category. Fingers crossed is nice.
Oh, damn it, I forgot he outsped there. Let's dodge. Fine. There comes the smoke bomb. He's ready for a nut right now. Wait a second. He still outspeeds me. No, he doesn't. I used Vine. There comes a nut.
Damn.
And now he has the mist bomb. Sleep bomb.
Sleep bomb.
And it didn't proc. Whew, nice.
Oh, thank God.
I mean, I was quite
Heart
okay
stopped for a
safe
second there.
because I was high HP.
Yeah, but like attack, and if you don't wake up quickly, especially if you get to critical in there, it can get sketchy.
Yes. There are no silly questions. Go ahead. Finally done here.
There we go. Colosso done.
We have to distribute them into the cheering areas. There is no other way. That's why we do that. So they need to be in there. There's no waiting room for them.
Yeah, we have no option to skip it. The game forces you to send them there.
Yes, you cannot choose not to.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's practically what we do anyways. We distribute them in the areas and then we've just finished their sections the fastest way possible by just telling the guys, oh, we're done with whatever we were not doing, right? Cheating.
Definitely not cheating.
Nah, we were definitely not cheating, right?
No one ever calls you out. Hey, how come that log just magically moved to make this puzzle easier? Huh, weird.
And now for, I think, the second longest cutscene.
Cutscene, yeah.
Oh boy.
Even longer in 100% as well than in any percent.
Yeah, but I
Because you
think
have
just a
things
few
like
lines.
the lure cap and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, the lure cap. That's a few lines, I guess.
An item that is completely useless for speedrunning purposes. Why would we want an item that makes us take more encounters?
Slow percent.
Exactly right. Yes, slow percent.
Equipped lure cap percent. You could also just call it being miserable percent.
No, that's bad ending percent.
Oh,
Being
true.
miserable.
That is true. Just give up.
Yeah.
Are you ready for the job? No.
No, don't want to do it. Thank you. Let the world end.
Easy game. So for those
For
of
anyone
you...
who's
Yeah,
Yeah.
please explain.
So, bad ending percent is like a meme category where in the intro, when you get offered the quest, the great healer will say something like, "Do you accept will you accept the fate of the world?" And you can say no. And if you say no and leave, then the game just ends. It fades to black and says something like, "And so the world drifted towards its inevitable destruction," or something, and the game just ends. And so we call it, so you do all of intro, all of the cutscene mashing just to say no and end the game. So we call it bad ending percent, and it's awful.
Yeah, because it's basically just...
You just mash for 40 minutes and then
90% of the intro, yeah.
And it's even worse because you don't even do Soul Sanctum because you do the manip out of bounds and just skip Soul Sanctum. Awful. Alright, I'm gonna be back in a second.
Go ahead. I thought you might be lemurs. So yeah, so actually we have to endure this a little bit longer. So this just keeps on rambling on about what we're about, a task to get from, or he gives it as a task to do, which is we are helping him, he's helping us in a sense, and yeah, go on this way, one way or the other. And afterwards, we will not continue that way. That's where the any percent usually goes. Like after this cutscene, they go towards the last locations, but we have to do a little bit of backtracking, which will bring us back to an area we were at pretty much after the intro. We were at Vault, and that's where we will go next before we head into Lumpa as well. But first, mashing through this cutscene. Oh yeah, not much going on here. Go for a pee break right now still. There's just a little bit of running for the next... well, after this cutscene. And a pickup, then we run for a few minutes, and then we will be at Vault again.
Oh wow, this cutscene's still going.
Yes.
It never ends.
It never ends, especially this guy just keeps talking and talking. And we need to get this item here. It's one of the synergy items, but also we will use that in quite a bit.
It is actually possible to complete the game. Like almost like the 100% things without using the cloak ball, but we have to collect it anyway. as part of the run, so we may as well, or as part of the category definition, so we may as well. Although there are some alternate routes doing early Lumpa, aren't there? It's just not really that much faster.
Yeah, if you want, you can explain from here on out. If you know a little bit about it. Yeah, I'm obviously not doing that. We can also talk maybe at Lumpa for that. How it basically works.
I'll bring it up when we get to Lumpa.
I mean, we don't have much to do anyway here. It's just backtracking. Do a few gin menus, run back to Vault first, and then we are on our way. So I need to wait. Where is this? Kite's Wall. Reset. Cast. Switch. Actually, let's continue like this. So because I had to fight the Kraken, I need to do this now differently, this dungeon.
Yeah, normally we would poison proc our way through here, and you know, we'd come through backwards, and once you do that, the way just remains open. But unfortunately, we actually have to solve this properly now because we can't just backtrack our way through, which is a shame. But it's not that long a dungeon, so it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, it's just essentially 2 more rooms or so.
Yeah.
It's not that... Well, it is a tragedy, but not that big of a tragedy. A few more encounters, I guess.
Just rubbing salt in the wound of, oh, you lost your poison carrier? Haha.
Ugh, menus.
Ugh, man, kobolds.
Any Thor enjoyers in chat?
Not me. Thor is slow.
Yeah.
Thor is by far the slowest of the tier 4 summons.
Yeah. You really enjoy that Proccne is fast, but the upgrade from Proccne, the Thor, is super slow.
It's a little bit faster in TLA, but it's still super slow.
Let's do this again. So this is also the position where we would have clipped through with the poison.
Yeah, so basically you can store a poison jump and then you jump over that gap and it'll double proc you into the middle of the pillar. So you can backtrack through there. Is how the poison proc works. And so now we're back on this side. And we're going to run all the way back to Lumpa.
Nice rate.
Wow, that's like a rate 30. Okay, maybe not that bad, but that was brutal.
Okay, I take this one encounter here. Because it's just one up to Vault. But on the back, on the way back, we will use a Void. Oh, ladies on the way! Careful. So now I need to talk to the mayor to be informed that the bandits escaped from the prison. Which is one of the things that you need to unlock for the bronze password.
It's one of the transferables. You can fight the bandits in TLA if you have spoken to the mayor there.
Also, don't forget to ring the bell here, because that's the next gin we need to pick up.
That sounds like that's coming from experience. Have you forgotten to ring the bell before, Happy?
Of course I have.
It's actually a fun little dungeon to get to Sap, isn't it? That we pick up here.
Yes. First we fight a mimic.
Yeah, first we have a mimic fight. So we'll get through the mimic fight and then we'll explain the crazy out of bounds.
Why do I have two? Never mind. I know what's going on here. No, wait a second, what? Yeah, okay, shit, I did it wrong. This guy will survive now. Can do a TM up,
Does he
though.
hit hard?
I use ground, so he's not doing anything. But I have like multiple layers in my notes because I have also routed this differently at some point. So
Oh yeah, right.
that's why I was struggling with my notes there for a bit. One thing that's also coming up, we will do a retreat glitch again. Sadly, we need to drain a lot of PP here because I did not really get any heals to do heals with Isaac or any other stuff. So sadly, we will have a lot of time to explain that this will, like, I've experienced a few things, especially here with this, because it's an out of bounds section coming up with this retreat glitch, that it sometimes didn't work for me after I did the mimic, which is a bit weird. I don't know yet what's going on there, but it happened to me a few times.
The mimic shouldn't reset your retreat pointer.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
Yeah, this is one of the few times in this game, at least, that we get to make use of these sort of out of bounds things. There's a door that we can retreat glitch to out of bounds. And once we get out of...
I did that the wrong way. Whatever. This still works.
Oh, okay. Well, this still works. Well, never mind. I was going to explain funny out of bounds stuff, but oh well, still works.
Actually,
Yeah, still works.
why don't we do it like this?
That seems much faster.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not much faster, but that was pretty good. Yeah, the way we normally do that is you retreat glitch to a door and you end up popping you out of the door that's out of bounds, and then once you're out of bounds, there's a lot of junk data, and that junk data can manifest itself as like doors taking you to other places. So we can then find a door out of bounds that will take us through, or take us to the end of the dungeon. It's something we do a lot of in TLA speedruns, but we don't get to do very much of it in TBS, unfortunately.
Yeah, also these out of bounds sanctions, since there are more there's more of them in TLA, there's also interesting wait a second, wrong way. I can go there though. There's also encounters that can screw you over in TLA, but it's not very known for TBS.
Yeah, I don't think encounters write out of bounds data the same way in TBS as they do in TLA. But I could be wrong about that.
Linked to Ivan, Beaver, Garrett.
Now we get to Lumpa. So in order to do Lumpa Fortress to save Master Hammett, we need the Cloak Ball, which will turn us invisible if we're in shadows. And there is a way to do all of this without the Cloak Ball. We can use a poison jump to get into Lumpa Fortress, and then there is a very cool, very sub-pixel dependent trick to jump up on a gate that we can skip quite a lot of the dungeon doing. And there was a thought at one point to maybe do that in any percent, no save and quit, but then we realized we need retreat, and so it doesn't really work. But because we need to pick up the Cloak Ball anyway, as part of the category, it's not really any faster. At least it's not really thought to be any faster to just do Lumpa early. You can do Lumpa when you come to Vale the first time, but it's not really that much faster. So I don't think anyone's done a 100% run with an early Lumpa yet.
Actually, there has been. Relay has been.
Oh no, Relay did one, didn't he? Yeah, Relay did one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's
Very cool trick. You basically just jump up onto a gate and then jump down again.
Yeah. He claims it to be only a few minutes faster though. Just
yeah,
I don't know, 2 to 3 minutes. Just surprising. I thought that would be way more.
Well, it's not really that long a dungeon to begin with, you know. and it requires carrying poison for quite a lot longer.
So, another retreat glitch.
So despite the way they look, these bandits are considerably more powerful than the bandit we fought as the first boss in the game. Despite having the same sprite.
Also, by the way, this will look funky, picking up the key. Up, if I can get there. Yes. Because you're supposed to get it from the other side.
There we go.
I need to hotkey this.
And this is the most annoying use of reveal in the entire run. If this reveal didn't exist, we would absolutely come here in any percent no save and quit. Because once you defeat Tadompa, you have the option to ride on a wagon with Master Hammett all the way back to Calais. So we would skip Mercury Lighthouse, we would skip Tret, Mogul Forest, Lamakanda. We would skip all of that. And we'd just go straight to Calais and then go like fight Kraken or something. Oh no, we'd have poison, so we'd just go straight to Tolby. So we could just skip half the game. But unfortunately, you have to use reveal.
Oh well.
Oh well.
Reveal blocking us again. Because in any percent you only pretty much use it, or you only need it for one reveal in Venus 1, right?
Yeah, to get carry is sort of the only... Oh, and also to get flash, but you could potentially go without flash. The only actual required use of reveal. Yeah. The only required use of reveal is to get carry.
Alright, get your toad memes ready. This is the time. I think I need to recover once more, yes. Yes. Breeze and Zephyr. So this is the guy we are saving.
This is gonna fight Tadompa, which is a boss that I don't really know that much about. Is Tadompa scary? I feel like he's not that scary.
Nah, not really. I mean, because you have ground, this is a 2-turn fight.
Yeah, once you have ground, nothing's really that scary.
He's doing nothing. He's just looking fancy.
Big ugly frog thing.
There's actually a second frog we will encounter later.
Yep.
Shiny frog. But first, blue frog. Oh, what's that? That's the frog. Hermit the Kermit, let's go.
But the general idea for most bosses is the same. Use ground to remove an action, use Zephyr to make us faster, and then just blow them up with summons. Summon rushing is, summons do damage relative to enemies' HP, so they're really, really good against bosses.
Oh, it's here. Mars is here at 4. Blow him up.
Just blow them up. Summon rush. Of course, we will get to a point eventually, actually probably the next boss, that you can't really... Oh no, not the next boss. Yeah, eventually we get to a point where bosses have too much HP that you just can't really realistically summon rush them. So then we have to swap strats to be able to do essentially DPS. But we'll explain those strats when we get to them. They're very, very cool. Yes, unload the toad.
Unclog the frog.
So that's Todompa, nice and easy. Like you say, he can't really do too much to us. And now after this, the game's going to give us an option. Do we want to ride back to Calais on a wagon? And pretty much everyone who has ever played this game says, yes, of course I'm going to ride back on a wagon. But then there's a Djinn that is still hiding in Loompa Fortress that you have to go and collect, that you can't collect until you've beaten Todompa. And I don't know about you, but I missed that Djinn when I first played this game. It's like the one Djinn I couldn't find.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I missed it as well.
It's like, because there's no hints really that he's there, that you have to go back all the way through with cloak and everything to go and get him a second time. It's very silly.
Maybe there is a hint if you get to that room where the lady maid is blocking the way. Maybe if you mind read her, I cannot remember, or mind read.
Oh, she says like there's something in there, really.
The father,
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe they hinted it, but I can't recall. The only hint then you pretty much have is that there is a door that is blocked by this maid.
Yeah. This is such a good track. God damn, the music in this game is so good.
Hell yeah.
Just rocking out to the Colosso music.
The only thing that makes this cutscene enjoyable. Didn't remember it was that long.
Yeah, this is almost unnecessarily long cutscene part 2.
So I'm actually not controlling this, it's moving on its own. Still cutscene, and now I got control back. And second set of cutscene of the cutscenes here.
We don't have to watch the cutscene back in Calais, do we?
So when is it? I'm a bit tough to wait here for the questions to be asked.
Yeah, this is one where you absolutely don't want to accidentally say yes.
Yeah.
It's a long, sad run back to Lumpa if you say yes.
Mm-hmm. I think, by the way, I think I noticed that in no cutscene patch it doesn't matter. Because I know
Really?
I screwed it up once, and I was still here. They didn't get me to Calais.
Huh. That's surprising.
Yeah, that's quite surprising. I'm not sure because I said no on the first question, but I don't think that should do anything. The first,
Yeah.
because the second question, because it's 5. But still, I didn't answer the correct question. Which,
Interesting. Yeah, so that's the gate that you can jump over if you want to skip using the cloak ball.
oh, Also, I'm wondering why the brigands are so much stronger than the bandits, because they pretty much have the same sprite, at least in battle.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. It's like they look the same, but they're much stronger. I mean, it would be a bit broken if you could just like do one attack and kill them. But it is a little bit lazy just for reusing the same sprite.
Oh, damn it. Here.
Old mate just sliding along the top of his bed.
Yeah, he's tired. It's scuffed, but let's do this. Oh, I just need to move. Perfect. So retreat warping through this out is a lot faster than just retreating. Because retreating has its own animation, then you... what you also need to take care of is... Oh, wait a second. Is to... You get to a different position. You have to walk a longer way if you retreat. Because for some reason the retreat glitch gets you somewhere where you... Or gets you farther out than doing the actual retreat. Which is a bit interesting.
Well, because it puts you in front of a door, right? The game thinks
Yeah,
you
exactly.
went through room 1, door 1, instead of taking you to whatever point is designated as the retreat point.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
It's a bit weird.
Yeah. Well, the retreat point is just set as somewhere else. It's not necessarily in front of a door. So, right, the entrance to Lumpa Fortress is just door number 1. So when you retreat, the game thinks you just came through that door. So that's where it puts you.
So, back at Gondomar Cave.
Hey, look, we did it. We went backwards through Gondwan Cave. Didn't even need to see a Kraken this time.
Yeah, sure. Let's do Kraken again. Because it was so much fun.
Well, like, that's where
wait a
you can
second,
get in
was it
trouble, right?
Apex? No, it wasn't.
If you don't come backwards through Gondwan Cave and then you don't go to Tolby, you can't death warp back and you end up soft locking yourself.
Wait a second, say that again.
Right, so if you do the Kraken,
Yeah?
right, and then you don't go into Tolby, you go straight to Altmiller Cave, and you do the retreat glitch to get back to Vale, you're soft locked. You can never get back to Tolby.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true.
And you get stuck there.
Let me go. Come on, guys. Usually I have better flee rate. Actually, I don't want to heal too much of Felix here, because he still needs to douse quite soon.
Yep. So now this is like Billabong Cave Exterior, but worse. So if you remember way back when we were still running around getting to Mercury Lighthouse, there was the part of the game where we could get encounter skips between areas. Well, this is exactly the same. We can take encounter skips between whirlwinds and between sort of fights. Except this time, instead of being like a 10-second time loss, it's like a 30-second time loss every time you get one. So it's just way worse. I know Plexa likes to say the only reason people don't hate this section of the game more than Billabong Cave Exterior is because there's not that many runs that actually get this far.
Let's douse some lizards.
Yeah, these mini bosses are not really that hard. You ground them and then you just blow them up with summons. In any percent, there's like ideas of we take damage off them a little bit so that we can heal with Isaac and drain PP, but here PP generally pretty drained anyway because we've just done a retreat glitch, so we just kill them.
Exactly.
Kill them fast. Makes life easy.
So another mimic is coming up, which makes.
I was gonna say, and you're gonna fight a mimic as well, which helps.
Yes. I mean, it's not really draining anything. I mean, we're draining down with things here. But I have to pay attention here to the summons I'm using, because I fight this part a little bit different because I have to do 3 fights in quick succession, so I don't get all the recoveries that I need.
Yep.
Because this mimic would be scary if I don't do the. I wouldn't do that. Judgment, Meteor, and Procny. Because this guy is already quite tanky. He has, well, almost 1,000 hit points. So he soaks the damage, but it's still a 1-turn kill.
Because again, the more HP they have, the more damage summons will do.
Exactly.
Nice that they drop Waters of Life for you.
Yeah, I get a lot of Waters of Life with the mimics. I think it's 3 additional ones.
Yeah, nice.
But
you don't
yeah,
have to
I
buy
also need to use some additional ones.
This is one of the nice things about Priority Djinn. So there weren't enough Djinn on standby to summon Judgment at the start of the fight, but Mia used Ground, which is priority, so we'll always go first. And because Mia used Ground, suddenly there were 4 Djinn on standby, so then Isaac, who will go after Mia, can summon Judgment. So you can kind of preempt the summons that you want to use on your slower characters by using the Djinn before them on the same turn, which is very, very useful.
Oh well, a Thor encounter.
Yeah. I mean, we don't like seeing Thor, but like in encounters like this, it's just the fastest way to clear them, so. We suck it up and we do one.
Wow, I have exactly 0 now on Isaac.
Nice. So we're setting up for a retreat glitch in Suhala Gate that is not necessary. It doesn't really take that much time out of the run, but it gives us a chance at an encounter skip. And encounter skips in this part of the game is great because, as you've probably noticed, clearing these encounters is quite slow. So the fewer encounters we take, generally the better. So having a 50-50 chance at skipping one is worth a slight time loss if we don't get it. It's a trade-off we're willing to make. Fairly sure you can judgment these guys, can't you?
Oh, true. I'm not sure. Could be
I
the
hate that
case.
encounter. Best run anyone's ever been on in any percent was like ahead of Ollie's current 319 world record at Colosso. It was just the god run, and then I got CBS'd by that encounter into triple dynamite party wipe.
Nice.
Have not done another serious run since. That legitimately killed me running this category. It was awful.
Oh, that one was that? Oh boy.
Yeah,
That's
it was
tough.
awful. Yeah. So this Jin is Flash. Flash is the most broken Jin, like by far, at least in this game.
Yes.
Flash is basically an upgraded version of Granite, where instead of reducing damage taken by 50%, Flash reduces damage taken by 90%. Like it's stupid. It's stupid how strong Flash is. You use Flash and it's essentially a free turn. There's nothing anyone can really do to you to cause you any problems. At most, you'll take 20 damage.
Oh, of course I get it. Oh, attacks first though. Holy crap. Lucky me.
Oh, it's a great attacks first. Killing the Storm Lizard actually necessary?
Not at this point, but we will be running back here.
Ah,
Or-
of course, because you have to run back and it shows up again. Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. Makes
so
sense.
it's just faster to take it out now and get the levels and run back and free.
Yep. Yep, that
So we
makes
fight
sense.
it at this point, and yeah, I said when I come back here to get to Crossbone Island, which will be starting in about 5 minutes, 6 minutes, something like that.
The Gauntlet.
Yeah, we will have to pass through here again. So it's just a short visit to Venus Lighthouse, and then we are on our way. Oh, I missed. Where's the Ramses? Huh? Oh, there it is, because it's ready. Damn it, my bad. So short visit to Venus Lighthouse, and then we go back to Crossbone, because only reason we need to get to Venus Lighthouse is because of carry, because we need it for some lower floor. This is fine.
Yeah, it's possible to get all the way out of Suhala Desert without fighting the boss, because you can just run away from the whirlwind. But as you say, because we have to come back through here, if you don't fight the boss the first time, then he just reappears and you can't get away from it the second time. So may as well do it now. Take some levels and increase your fleet rates, or decrease your encounter rates.
I don't know, Thor. Oh, I don't have Thor. Wonky. Oh yeah, actually. It's Flash. Let's do it. something
Aureus Procny, maybe?
this. Wait a second, huh? Oh yeah, you have Flash. My bad. I'll do Judgment. Oh yeah,
that should
Broccoli
kill.
would have been better. Yeah, now that you mention it. Sure.
It's just my go-to. When in doubt, when you don't have the summon you want, just do the next best thing plus Procny. It's generally the way I kill things. Oh, he defended. Of course, that's why he survived. There are a lot of enemies that like to defend. The
Actually-
armored rats are the classic one, but they weren't too bad this run. But those orcs also like to defend and reduce 50% of damage taken, which is annoying. The armored rats in Tolby Overboard are the worst because they have a flash defend where they basically take a 90% damage reduction.
Nice.
But they weren't
nice.
too trolly.
Yeah, this time around the rats were behaving. So far. There's still a few rats.
So far.
There's chances for rats, but usually you don't see
It's
them
only
so much in
Babby
Suhalagate.
Lighthouse, isn't it? It's only-
Yeah, so
Can you
Halagate
see them
could
as well?
also be. There could also
Oh.
be encounters of rats, as far as I know, but I haven't seen them.
No one, except for Ollie, of course, who made the amazing guide on how to clear every encounter. But no one really knows Suhala Gates encounters that well, because you only ever take 2 or 3 of them in a run. A little bit more in 100% because you have to run back through here, but you see so few encounters in Suhala Gate that
I don't have.
no one really knows them that well. Of course.
That's not enough. Ground and meteor. Whatever, I do it like that. Ground, meteor, attack. That should be more than enough.
If not, I think Ivan should outspeed anyway. No, anyway, he died.
Ground and vine. Stun quartz. Heal now a little bit. I needed one more recovery on that shit.
Okay.
Yeah, because I used the meteor.
Yeah.
This is tricky.
What can we throw at him to kill him?
Yeah, Judgment 4 to do most damage, but this will probably not be enough.
A Boreas on next turn, possibly, depending. You might
Kirin,
get
I guess,
flashback.
next turn. I would guess a Kirin should be enough.
If you get flashback, which is whoever is the first recovery. Ember.
No, it wasn't. But now I can do Kirin this. It's not fleeing, so. And not
Oh, he
killing,
didn't
which
run
is
away.
great. Yeah, Monka Steer
jeez,
indeed.
that's a lot of damage.
Yes.
Holy crap.
That's a big Monka Steer.
Sure, that worked.
Yeah, it worked. It was fine. No worries. Let's heal up. Oh boy.
Yeah,
I
endgame
swear.
encounters get brutal.
Yeah. I swear I know how to run this.
Oh wow,
Sometimes
that
at
raid.
least.
Holy crap.
That should be a Thor encounter if I remember correctly.
That was a terrible encounter raid.
Because it's a Thor encounter.
No, it's just the encounter raid. I didn't really expect to get to the door from.
Yeah,
you.
true. That's also true. But I don't know. I'm so used to it because I only got the skip once in my trainings.
Really?
So, yes. So quite unlucky. Also, speaking about getting unlucky, I got the encounter in this section here, even though I did the reveal walking. Which carries it over to...
Oh, as in
reveal
your
walk.
steps out of... Yes, okay, so we should probably explain reveal walking.
Yes.
So in the English version of the game only, or the Western versions of the game only, you can use reveal here, and for whatever reason, encounters are disabled in the reveal map. So as long as you run around with reveal turned on, you never ever take an encounter, which is really nice. Doesn't work in the Japanese version.
Yes, and I got so unlucky that even though I did this, I got an encounter because we try to optimize this by just not using reveal all the way, usually. So some not so comfortable sections you run instead of reveal walking. And I got a really, really high rate so that I got an encounter there.
Anyway, you want me to ruin this section for you and the what could be every time you do it? If you
Yeah.
don't do reveal walking and you run all the way through and you get one encounter and that encounter is a single judgment clear, that's faster than reveal walking.
I know.
Yeah, it's awful. It's like every time I run through here, it's like, oh, do I want to do
You
it?
have to think about it.
You have to think about it. But no, it would never be cursed enough to do it.
Blue path.
Yeah, so that
finally.
the talking to that statue will set the path that you take through Tunnel Ruins to get to Venus Lighthouse. There's like 2 paths you can get, yellow path and blue path. It's 50-50 which one you get. Blue path is minutes faster than yellow path. So even though it's like a 15-second time loss to change it to blue path, you have to do it. Right, yellow path is not only are each of the puzzles slower, there's an extra puzzle. It's crazy how much, it's like 2.5 minutes. It's ridiculous. Yeah, and now we're going to run all the way back and go and do Crossbone Isle, which is this game's hidden dungeon. With the super boss at the end. Quote unquote super boss.
Super boss without an instant death ability. By the way, Ivan going down.
Classic Ivan.
Technically, I could heal or revive Ivan now with a class that grants reviving as a synergy, but it would require me to do a Jin menu, which is quite slow. We already have Sleet. Of course we have Sleet. We're not any scuffed Manip runner.
More people should run Manip. Manip's fantastic.
One day, maybe. Headbutt!
Actually, it occurs to me, would it be faster to get Flash on the way back here now? Or do we need Flash to fight
we
the
need it
Storm Lizard?
for the lizard.
Yeah.
The storm lizard.
Bugger. You can also fight this tornado as well to fight like another storm lizard. Was it not Tempest Lizard? He's got another name, and it's a nice way to farm experience. I think it's the fastest way to farm experience is to repeatedly fight that lizard.
I think so.
And yeah, this is Crossbone Isle. I know Happy mentioned earlier that on the boat, if you unbalance the boat enough, you can end up coming here, and you can do the first 6 levels of Crossbone Isle when you come across on the boat. But you need cloak and you need carry in order to do all of it, so you can't get all the way to the end. Which is why we don't bother coming then. Also, normally we don't see the boat. So Crossbone Isle is kind of a unique dungeon. There are no random encounters. There are 10 levels, and each level is guarded by a door guardian. So you fight a particularly strong fight at the entrance to each of the puzzles, or to each of the rooms. So like this is door guardian number 1, and you can see pretty big guy in the middle, the hobgoblin. It's just a goblin with a hob in front of it.
Yeah, and of course they grow in strength the deeper you go.
Yeah, so you can get here from the boat. So these guys are kind of set up to be strong-ish for that part of the game. And the deeper you get, the stronger they get. And eventually the last few are like, they're very scary encounters. Like these are essentially the strongest enemies in the game other than some of the bosses. These guys are brutally hard
even
fights.
crazy for us, so...
Yeah.
Stuff can go wrong there. I hope not, but I've had it happen too often. Just me solving some puzzles here.
Yeah, so the kind of the gimmick with Crossbone Isle is that every room has some chests with gold and some items, and the items kind of get better and better. There's not really anything that useful in any of these chests.
Except the
So
mimic.
if you're playing, except for the mimic, there is the mimic here. Probably the least out of the way mimic in the entire run. You don't even have to move.
Yeah, it's just, press a button and fight. Well, okay, you have to do a gin menu, but just making sure you have ground available.
Yeah. But yeah, like the classic item that everyone playing casually loves to get here is the Cleric's Ring, which removes the effects of cursed items. But even that's not like that useful. It's okay for casual runs if that's how you want to do it, but for us, there's not really anything useful in here, other than we have to fight the boss at the end. And we do have to fight Deadbeard because he is a bronze transferable. There are people who will mention in TLA Isaac's defeat of Deadbeard if you kill him. Each of the levels in Crossbone Isle kind of has its own theme. And I'm going to try and remember what all of the themes to Crossbone Isle levels are, but I don't run 100%, so I don't know them all that well.
But this
What's
is
level
obviously
2?
Jupiter Lighthouse theme.
Yeah, Jupiter Lighthouse theme. Are there any TLA enjoyers in chat?
I hope so. I surely hope so.
Yeah,
Since
I'd
I
hope so
joined
too.
also the speedrunners quite recently. With a blind run.
Which was
Maybe?
fantastic.
Thank you. It was.
No, it's not even a
it was
joke. Like
content,
if you enjoy these games and you enjoy speedrunning, I highly recommend doing a blind run of Golden Sun: The Lost Age. There is a fantastic pictorial guide that was made by Plexa that you can, like, if you know nothing about Golden Sun, you can pick up the pictorial guide and do the speedrun. It'll take you 10 hours, but you can do it. And it's like, it is such a fun speedrun to do that, and you only get to do it blind once. Like, I have fond memories of my blind TLA run. It was great. We need more TLA runners. It's like a 5.5 hour run when you're good though, so it's quite a time investment to do it.
Yeah, that's the thing that keeps people back from doing that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is also true. Thanks for everybody who joined the stream and helped me out during the TLA run.
Yeah, also that if you ever do a TLA blind run, you'll have like the entire Golden Sun community in chat watching you. Who can help. Just if, you know, a guy called Future X tries to give you advice, just ignore everything he says. So is that
Why?
the only use of catch in the entire run in that last room?
Let me think. Yes.
I think
yes.
it might be, yeah. So
Yes.
catch is a synergy that you get a synergy item as you leave Vale at the end of intro, and we never use it except for there, which I'm fairly sure is the only time in the entire run.
Yes. Speedrun gold password. I mean, if you want to.
What's gold password percent though? How do you define gold password percent?
I think what this meant is TLA typing in the gold password for the run.
Ah, so true any percent. That is a thing. That is actually a thing.
Yeah, but without doing the run, it's just entering the password.
Oh, just entering the password? Yeah, that takes a while. Gold passwords are kind of useless anyway. I'm sorry for anyone who spent hours as a kid trying to get your gold passwords to work. Speaking as one of those people who did that, it's just not worth it. You get all the gin through bronze password and everything's out of date, but all the items are out of date by the time you get reunion anyway. Yeah, also password entry, as Carrie said, is funky. You can break stuff. This is like the more difficult version of Colima Forest.
Dark Colima Forest. Dark themed.
Yeah, dark themed. But it's actually good. This was actually a reasonably good. I like this puzzle because it's not obvious how to solve it at first. In order to get all the chests, at least. I always
Yeah,
like this
unlike
puzzle.
the Colima one, where it's like, oh yeah, push one, done.
It's like, oh yeah, push one to the left and off you go.
Alright, let's hope they play with us and not against us.
Yeah, these are sort of the first door guardians that can really cause you problems.
I'm not sure, but are they able to heal? I think I've never seen it, but
I
think
don't
they
know.
are. At least a similar group of enemies, they are able to do this.
Yeah, they have recover. Chimera mages, which are the ones in Venus 2, can use recover, which is trolly. I'll look it up.
Right, and... right. So if everything works
no,
out...
they
Okay, they cannot.
they don't have a heal ability, no.
Mhm. Well, that's fine. So if everything if everything is going fine, then we should be done in 1 hour.
Yeah, so we're about 20 minutes behind estimate, which is not too bad. Given all
Like,
the issues we've
according-
had with this run, that's not too
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, according to my splits, I'm behind 16 minutes to a 5-hour run. So yeah.
Wow,
Maybe I'm
wait,
a bit
really?
faster. Yeah.
So so you're a Kraken skip behind PB, is what you're saying?
Pretty much, yeah.
Ah, damn! This could have been a PB run had we not lost Isaac.
Yes.
What a shame.
What a shame that I did this major mistake.
Wow, that's even with the death going back to Colima. Wow. I mean, it's been a pretty good run, other than the 2 major deaths, I suppose.
By the way, I wonder if we're able, like, if you could carry poison in here, if you could pick up Bane without, or not with going here, but jumping up.
I think someone's gonna have to correct me, but I vaguely recall that if you can get to him without him running over here, you can't interact with him.
Oh,
And so if you find a way to run all the way up to him, you can't interact, and so nothing happens.
yeah, okay, guess that's a shame.
I think I vaguely recall seeing that somewhere.
So he's during the chase. He's not actually there.
Yeah, I think he's not actually there.
Mm.
Like he's not an interactable object. I think there's maybe there's an instant climb or something that can get you to him. I forget. I'm piecing something together from something I feel I've seen a long time ago.
Okay, I just
I'm sure
save
if Flex
here.
is hanging around, he'll correct someone, or he'll correct me.
This. Shall I heal? I think that's not needed. So this is also a scary one. The Earth Lizards. I think so far I only had to go this fight south once, but that's why I saved. I am not so confident because they can stun you. This is fine. And this is also fine. Ah, they play with us, not against us.
Yeah, nice.
And more Water of Life.
I mean, making up for all the ones that you've had to use so far.
Yes.
This is why we have to go to Venus 1 to get carry for this puzzle. Because there's no other way to get through here.
No, you have carry.
I love how we just pile all of the Synergy onto Garrett. He's like the Golden Sun equivalent of a HM slave.
Yeah, it's just we can't stand to have
He
that
has no other
useless.
use. He's supposed to be the tanky character of the game, but he's tanky in all of the wrong stats, right? He's tanky for defense, but defense just doesn't matter. If you had like double the HP of everyone else, then he'd be super useful, but he doesn't, and so we don't care. It's true, he can also unleash priority gens. That's his only other use. He's great at using ground and flash and granite.
Let's heal up here, just for being safe.
Yeah, better safe than sorry.
Yeah, better safe than sorry. Especially if the Elven shirt to Isaac.
Where would we end up? Although Suhala Gate, where we would end up if we died?
I
If you
just
died?
saved earlier, so
Oh, you did? Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
so that's fine.
I just saved in front of the lizards back then.
Oh, that's fine then.
He can also unleash priority chains. Very useful character. Any other character could do this as well, but well, if you have a useless character, you can use him for that stuff. Ramses Thor. What a beautiful emote.
It's great. It's my favorite emote. It's like my only good emote.
Oh, don't be so sad. A Water of Life.
Actually, Carrie's alright. Garrett gets a few extra uses in TLA. We can sell all of his stuff so that we can power up the more useful characters.
Oh yeah, Naked Garrett, let's go.
Naked Garrett, great strat.
Naked Garrett, ooh, ooh. Okay. Whatever, I did it for the lose. So this is a longer fight. Here we go.
These guys aren't too dangerous though, right? They don't have any actions that can like really cause you problems.
Yeah, as far as I know, they cannot stun you like the lizards do.
Yeah.
But they do a lot of damage, especially with Ice Blessing here. So if anything goes,
I think
if you
double
miss
fang,
input
that's-
or something weird happens,
yeah,
ouch.
like an unprotected double fang will probably kill you.
Exactly. Yeah. So one of the guys should die here. After the turn.
Man, these guys, how much HP do these guys have? Quite a lot.
A lot. I don't have it in my notes. I don't know.
Yeah, as we said earlier, the further down crossbow null you get, the stronger the enemies get, which generally means the fights take a little bit longer. And we're now well past the point that you can get to with from the boat, so everything's spec'd as like end game bosses.
This was also actually the last door, so...
Yep.
Up is the last Mimic in the run, and then... Deadbeard.
The not so super boss.
The super, not so super boss. Just ground here. This one.
Is this the most powerful mimic as well?
Yes, it is the most powerful.
Yeah.
Still a one-turn kill, so... Just throw out ground
So,
and
like-
3 strong summons and it dies. It has, I think, 1,200 HP.
Man, playing casually, I used to remember the mimics being super strong, but you can make them look so easy. Just ground and blow them up. Summon rushing, very powerful.
So now I need a lot of recovery. So let's jump around. But yeah,
But
by
the
the
reason
way,
we're like
yeah,
laughing
jumping
at-
on these over these things helps you recover earlier, which is quite interesting.
Yeah. So the reason we're like joking about Deadbeard being the not so super boss is because we have a really great strat for fighting bosses with lots of HP that we call the courthouse strat. And essentially the way it works is that we set up our Jin in such a way that we can summon Judgment every second turn. So essentially everyone gets at least one Venus Jin. We put the priority Venus Jin, Granite and Ground on Garrett and Ivan, so that they will always be able to use Granite and Ground on the same turn. And we use Flash as like the damage reducing Jin on the off turn, which someone else will then also summon Mars after Flash uses, because Flash is also priority. And what that lets us do is on one turn, summon Judgment, on the next turn, heal. And so we just alternate back and forth, throwing in extra sources of damage where we can. And that deals a huge amount of DPS in a way that it's not really anything that bosses can do to us to deal damage. So we can deal out huge amounts of damage without taking that much in return. And so it makes a lot of bosses, unless they have instant kill abilities, it makes them essentially almost trivial. So that's why we joke about Deadbeard being the not so super boss, because we can kill him pretty easily. All he can really do is slow us down.
Great theme, by the way. Great, awesome.
Great theme.
Yeah, this technically it works on every boss. It's just not worth it, like time-wise, for everybody.
Yeah, it's bosses with lots of HP that we can't really kill in 2 or 3 turns that you want to do this.
Usually would do Wish here. Whatever.
Yeah, so we use Courthouse on like Satoros Minardi and Fusion Dragon, and I know Bowie the hero has back in the day used Courthouse strats to kill like Star Magician in TLA. It works pretty much every way you can do it. It's like here we use the Flash, 23 damage at most, and then Isaac uses just a Venus Gin, and then next turn straight back into a Judgment. We just keep going through. And we don't want to see things like Break, which reduce our elemental buffs, because that just slows us down. It adds an extra turn to the fight. We don't like that. But there's not really anything he can do to like actually kill us.
Okay, this should be... I think it should be free from here out, but... not 100% sure. He didn't do a break, or not even a ward. So his 2 abilities which suck.
This has
but they
been
didn't
awesome.
He has a second attack now. Attack? Yeah, he didn't do even in this turn. I think it would have been fine anyway.
What a fight! My god.
Yeah, pretty clean.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hasn't given us any. We're saving all the
Deathbeard.
crap for our death size.
Yeah. By the way, that saves me... actually a lot of time. 2 minutes
Oh, was
more
your PB
here.
Deadbeard not so good?
Yeah, I'm also not comparing to PB because I had a better run, but which was missing... it was missing one of the transferables.
Right.
I think I forgot the bandits or something like that to talk to the mayor. So something that
Right.
doesn't really take time, but still I forgot it. Just set 1, do a douse, and now do a death warp.
Yep. So this is another optional boss, but he hits like a truck, so you can death warp off him pretty comfortably.
If he decides to do damage.
He is the Tempest Lizard.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, what a dodge.
Oh.
But it's fine. It was very nice here. Only need flint. So 1 more
Man, that was
recovery.
a pretty good death warp.
Yeah, that was pretty clean, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, got Bane first. Come on, give me the flint. Flint fizz. Spritz, quartz. Let's do the menu here. Mist. And zap. Here we go.
We almost have everything we need to satisfy the 100% category. It's just 2 more gin to collect and then to the end of the game. So we're getting close.
Just making sure I have this right here, but it should be correct. So you see we got revive now, which I'll use to revive everybody here. Then here's only one PP, which is great for an upcoming retreat glitch.
Same one we did earlier where we can retreat glitch and skip to the end of Suhala Gate and hopefully skip an encounter. Oh, from here it's going to be pretty close. So now because of all the fights that got taken in Crossbone Isle, it's now faster to run away so we can flee. And also fleeing's not that dangerous because we have revive.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I have exactly 6. I was almost
Oh,
doing
you should have
it.
done it after. You should have done it after the fight.
Yeah, whatever.
So we got the encounter skip there, so that saved time by going down and doing that retreat glitch, which is good. Although it saves less time when you're not fighting, when you're running away from stuff, but still saves time. Oh yeah, cheeky reminder that Iotum has been following us all the way through Crossbone Isle.
Yeah, I mean, he probably was enjoying the fight against Elbeard.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool to watch from the sidelines. Oh, I think I think I did it, but I'll check anyway. I'm not sure if I did the Elven shirt to me, I think. Actually, that was already Deadbeard. Never mind.
Yep.
I did that for sure.
I'd still double check.
Yeah, true. Yes, it is. So, big in my notes is that I have to get the last two gins here. Gingers. Welcome.
Wait, is it faster to jump across the roofs there?
I don't think so. I just do it for swag.
Oh, I was gonna say, have you just found me a sneaky 1 second time save in FD restricted?
If it saves time, probably only by frames, but I don't think so.
Oh mate, in a manip category, you take frames. my
Just
Fusion
like
Dragon
the
restricted
Taz
time
uses
is
the
very
jump to dodge the girl and jump over this. That was so poggers when nobody was expecting that.
What, the Taz jump?
Yeah, the Taz jump. Okay, let's do those then. So I need to do 2 retreat glitches to get to here. Because that's where we pick up the last genie.
Again, that first retreat glitch is technically slower if you were to get perfect RNG, but it saves, it gives you a very good chance of skipping an encounter, so it's just better to take it.
Oh, I forget. I always forget this. The judgment is not ready without ground here. So that's the last friend. Last gin we got.
All the gin collected.
Yeah, all the gin are collected.
Fully powered up, ready to go fight the final boss. But of course we have to get there first.
Yes. And do more cutscenes, of course. Hoppa.
Yeah, this is one of those cutscenes that I always find drags on so much because, like, if you ever get to this point, it's generally on a good pace. And so this is one of those cutscenes that's like, come on, I just want to keep going. Come on, get over, hurry up already. Plus, I always found it super odd that there's all these, like, ridiculously strong encounters everywhere, including in this room, and these guys are just like hanging out down here with like chimeras hanging out one side and gnomes that can cast like crazy fireballs at you up the other. It's weird.
They're just standing there.
And they're just
looking
chilling
at each other.
Yeah.
We're just waiting
Like,
here
how
for
did
the warriors. We don't need to fight you guys. You are fine. Just stand in the corner and watch.
It's like, how did these guys fight off the Orc Lords on the way to get down here?
I don't know. So they're just talking what they're about to do, and then it turns out that they cannot go in there. It's just us. So this is where we part ways.
Yes, part ways with Iodum, who's been following us ever since Toby.
Yes. I
Or
mean,
Suhala
he
Bridge,
saw a lot
actually.
with us.
He did. He's been with us for a while. He's partaken in half of the adventure. It's great.
Nope. No retreat here. I don't even want to know where I get.
Oh, probably back to the start of the Babby Lighthouse is where you'd end up.
Yeah. I mean, if I
that's a
had the
shame.
retreat glitch, because I think I didn't have 6. But yeah, probably still the same.
Oh yeah,
location.
that door. Where would that take it? Yeah, somewhere near the start of the Babby Lighthouse.
I think I remember that Blueser did that once.
Yeah.
Shout out to Blueser.
So if you remember the frost clip that we did earlier, that pillar is the other place that it's possible to do that same clip, but it's like even the TAS barely makes it work. It's not really a humanly possible trick. But you can technically clip onto that pillar. Those pillar clips are something we do a lot in TLA runs.
True.
Because they're much easier there.
And there's also more of them.
And there's also a lot more of them that are useful.
Oh, now we got the Tunnel Ruins encounter.
Oh, no TR skip. That's sad. Just one of the nice things about 100% is that you're a high enough level in 100% that you can just run away from stuff. Well, I say nice things, actually. Taking encounters here is really good. It's sort of the last part of where you sort of transition from being a Golden Sun runner to being a good Golden Sun runner is when you know how to optimally clear all of these encounters. But in 100%, we're, high enough level that you can run away, and if things go badly, we have Revive. So it makes life a little bit easier. Because fleeing is faster on average.
Of course it is. Go. Huh, that's interesting. Why am I saving time on this split?
Been a pretty good split. You got the encounter skip to the Jin, and then only the one encounter first try flee.
Yeah, maybe I scuffed
And
up
then
the
that
Luff. Could be a thing.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good split.
Gone.
Oh man, trying to push these guys. So these things they have like rounded edges on the hitbox, so you can slip off the side of the hitboxes very easily. Even the ones that are more square looking, like they all have rounded edges, and it's so annoying.
And into Venus Lighthouse.
Yep. Get your cat jams. Cat jams in chat.
Oh, okay, cannot do this either. Let me do this.
Now this is the last retreat glitch of the entire run.
How sad.
A little bit sad to see it go, yeah.
But it is
Doesn't
the
skip
good
as much
use.
of the dungeon. Yeah, it doesn't skip as much of the Mercury Lighthouse retreat glitch. It skips about a third of the dungeon, maybe. Oh, dynamite.
Yeah, that hurts. Actually, my PB, I def warped. From almost...
Wait, really?
Yeah, from a very last... or almost, I think it was almost the last room in Venus 2. back out to La Libero, and then I had a run back. Yeah, I never really bothered to do another run.
Does that mean this is a sneaky PB chance, even with everything that's gone wrong?
It could be possible, but I don't
there you go.
think so. I think it was a 509 something. Because actually I don't have the splits ready.
Ooh, probably not
That's
yeah.
of that run.
Hang on, I'll look it up. Is it your actual PB on?
Yes.
5:10:13.
Oh, 5:10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably not. But maybe
I would
20
need
minutes
to save
from here.
2 more minutes at least.
That's not impossible if you get a really good SMFD.
Yeah, actually I think there was a terrible SMFD in my PB.
So here we go, sneaky PB chance.
Yeah, even with Kraken.
I was gonna say, imagine having the death warp to Kalima and seeing Kraken and still doing a PB.
That only happens rarely.
I don't know whether that would be fantastic or a little bit embarrassing.
Probably a bit of both.
Final use of carry. We use it, 3 times in the entire run? What a great synergy. And then never in TLA.
Oh, what a shame. Easy run. Easy flee.
Nice.
Get your Gaia Blade memes out there. I think Rayleigh knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, this is
Gaia
the
Blade is the-
longest marathon in the entire world.
January 5th, does it really go that long? Wow.
Yes, it is.
Certainly is really, really long-a-thon.
Yes.
Now this is the last puzzle. Also sad.
It's also a long puzzle.
It is also, you know what? No, compared to some of the
Yeah,
TLA
true, actually,
like
yeah.
block pushing puzzles, this is not that bad.
Yeah, also, yeah, and
This is
100% we've seen a
60
lot.
seconds. Yeah.
But
60
still, it is
seconds to
also
solve
one of the
this.
annoying ones, because, yeah. Conical, just, come on. You could help me out there a bit, Conic.
Yeah, oh god, those, like I said, the hitboxes on these things are so annoying when you're pushing.
Oh yeah,
Just
Raffi knew
slip
the
off the
meme
side
as
of
well.
them.
There we go.
Yeah,
Stays
the Gaia
on.
Blade
But
stays on.
I'm having it
It
off.
is.
Oh boy. Don't do it. Uh-oh, don't do it. Another dynamite! No! Yes, I've been defeated.
Oh my god. That did not just happen.
Yes, it happened.
Are you joking?
So that happened pretty much as well to my PB. So yeah,
Triple
rip PB.
fail into death. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is unbelievable.
I have 10. Could go for a skip here again.
Well, I hope you like Tunnel Ruins because we get to do it again. Oh my god, that is unbelievable.
Yes, it happens. So fleeing is fast on average, by the way. Oh, okay. What am I doing? Wrong things. I'm so not used to do this route.
Wow.
More content heck yeah. At least some of the puzzles stay
Yeah.
the way they are, but some are
Certainly.
completely reset, which is annoying.
certainly getting plenty of content.
Yeah.
What a shame. But yeah, this is one of the problems with TBS speedrunning, is that when you get into fleeing is faster than average stuff, if you get bad RNG, then you die. Right? Bad RNG is far more impactful on the run than good RNG is. So this is one of the things that can just happen.
Let me go, please. Jesus. Oh yeah, this for instance now is solved already.
Harry's kind of right. It's lucky the run before you was so far ahead of schedule.
Mm-hmm. Oh, interesting. I stood too close.
Wow, that shaking of the hand. What was that?
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
Yeah, that's a new one.
Probably a little bit of joystick weirdness, I guess. Because I'm
Maybe.
not a keyboard runner like you.
Oh, I think I'm the only crazy person that runs this on keyboard.
For some reason this one is not solved.
You don't go for the swag 2 move
No.
solve?
No.
Yeah. There's a single pixel you can land on here that will let you use the first 2 moves on the pillar twice. But not many people are very good at doing it consistently. I think Plexer and Blueser maybe can do it consistently, but there's not that many people who can do it. At least do it in a way that saves time.
Rest in peace, frames.
Playing this on keyboard actually isn't too bad. It's, you know, just WAS, or not WA, it's arrow keys for the movement, and then just Z and X for A and B, and A and S for left and right. It's actually not that bad. Just, I used to replay this game pretty much once a year. TBS and TLA once a year, and I always used to do it on an emulator with a keyboard, so I just got used to being able to play these games on keyboard for years and years and years before I started speedrunning it. Now I just persist with muscle memory.
Oh boy.
Oh wow, went down. You didn't even get the stun proc.
Yeah. They are trying to make this difficult here.
Yeah. So we haven't really had a chance to talk about it, but like some status effects, in particular stun and sleep, if you get a party member that is asleep or gets stunned, you get a guaranteed flee. Like you could just run away and it works every time. I have no idea why it works, but it does. And it doesn't work in TLA, which is how we know
shame.
it's not an intended mechanic. It is such a shame.
Oh god, this is also scuffed. I thought this one stayed solved. Damn it.
No, none of these puzzles stay solved.
That's a shame.
Hmm.
Hashtag optimal. I'm not solving these puzzles optimally, but I hope nobody complains here.
Yeah, FX always tells me off for not solving that optimally.
So yeah, you were saying earlier that last
Yeah, the
last
final
carry.
retreat glitch, last use of carry.
Well, what about these?
Yeah. How could I forget about the required death warp back to Lolivero? What was I
Yeah.
thinking?
So I'm just hoping it doesn't happen again, by the way. So
Maybe take a safety save?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to save at every corner. I mean, I will save before Citrus Minardi anyway, but... yeah. I don't know. The GLA after the third Venus Lighthouse. Scarf.
Waiting for next year, really longathon next year to do the Golden Sun full series any percent.
Jesus.
Hey, it's been done. Plex did it. It was like 14.5 hours, something like that.
That's crazy.
There's
It's
a few
more
people
like
who could do it.
20?
Yeah, there's a few people who could do it.
What am I doing? I'm confused.
Yeah, you're right. Keep going, pushing him to the left.
I'm very confused. Whatever, I did stuff wrong here. Oh yeah, that's why I did it wrong.
Yeah, he goes.
Oh boy. Come on. Edges.
Oh, edges! Come on, man.
I'm not paying attention to the puzzles.
All right, we're almost there. Hopefully.
Always punished. Just
We've got
a little
two
bit.
more encounters and the final boss. We're almost to the end. We've almost made it.
Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. We can do this together.
Oh my god, the rounded edges on these blocks are so annoying. Why? Who thought that was a good design idea to make pushable blocks have rounded edges? It's just so silly.
No. Don't say this, please. I mean, if a power outage happens, this is pretty much, the mercy kill for the run.
Mate, the mercy kill for the run was the triple fail with like 5 dynamites.
Mm-hmm.
We kept going.
Dynamite, truncheon fists. Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay.
These wild griffins can hit pretty hard too. What is a wild beak? Is their ability that hits like
Twin Beaks, I think.
crazy amounts of... Oh, twin beaks. That's the one. Twin beak. Does crazy amounts of damage. All right, we made it.
To the end. Just the final fights awaiting us.
Yes. So the final fights use pretty much the same strat as Deadbeard, which is the courthouse. Difference here is that where Deadbeard couldn't really do anything scary to us other than use Break and Ward to just slow the fight down, Minardi has an ability called Death Size, and if she uses Death Size, it has a 1 in 8 chance of proccing instant death. So we do not want to see Death Size.
Yeah. If everything goes perfect, she will only have 1 chance of performing Death Size. But we will see how it goes. If I get an early break, then she will have two chances.
Yeah, so Saturos can use Break, which again reduces damage taken because summons, while they're relative to enemy HP, they're also relative to elemental power. And when you use a summon, you increase your elemental power. So subsequent summons become more powerful. Break reduces your elemental power back to base. So Break will again slow the fight down. Hopefully we don't see it. Hopefully we don't see Death Sides. Again, in 100%, it's a reasonably safe fight. Even if Minardi does use a Death Size, you can generally recover as long as they're not too horrible to you. So hopefully we get through it, no problem. But really, Saturos and Minardi are the last can fuck up the run boss. Fusion Dragon has like 1 ability that's kind of scary. And even that requires a chance to proc, and he rarely uses it, so he should be fine.
So that's a long Jin menu that I have to do here, and I'll do it by the book now because I had issues not doing it by the book. Forge. Scorch Ember.
So the basic idea of the Jin setup here is the same as for Deadbeard, which is granite and ground on. Ivan and Garrett have one of granite or ground, and then Flash also on. I think put it on Garrett here. Yeah, Garrett gets Flash, and then Isaac with one or with a couple of Venus Jin that he can use at any given time. That way, on one turn, we can summon a Judgment. On the next turn, Flash plus some healing, plus Isaac using his Venus Jin. And then you just alternate between them. And then some standbys on various people in order to do additional damage just to try and speed up the fight. But it's essentially a courthouse strat with a couple of other summons thrown in.
Yes. Actually, since we have more Jin, we can do more stuff than in any percent. So we'll...
Yeah.
Keep Saturus Minari fight as short as possible. Actually both fights, but we throw in a lot more stuff at Saturus Minari to keep the chance of getting the death size low. And afterwards, yeah, the fusion drag. I mean, the Saturus Minari fight is a lot faster, like 3 turns.
Yeah, it's a lot faster.
And the fusion dragon is only like. Actually, it's the same, pretty much. It's 5 turns.
Yeah, because we can't really save any time on a Fusion Dragon. I mean, you can, but like a turn or two, you can't really do that much more damage than we're already doing in any percent. So because we have so much more Jin, we can just throw extra summons at Satoru Minardi and take turns off that fight. Where in any percent, we set up Satoru Minardi to have a fast Fusion Dragon. We just kind of get given one for free in 100%.
Yeah, the only additional summon we do in this one is we throw a Thor on the one turn and then a Procny after, so that's they both deal about the same damage. So that's the Procny is extra. That's the only thing, pretty much. The fusion.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, if everything goes correctly. All right, here we go.
Yeah, Nameless Inversion. Break doesn't reduce elemental power. It reduces the boost that you get from using a summon. So summons increase elemental power. Break reduces that just back to your base elemental power. There's very few anything in the game that gives you an increased elemental power. That's the reason we get the Gaia Blade also, is because that's one of the few things it does.
Okay, turn 1 is already clear. That was just a heat flash. So
Nice.
that's the spooky turn. Because that's when the only turn that Minardi should get or is getting an action if everything goes fine. And that's an impact. That's also fine.
Yeah, nice. Impact on Satoros is not that scary in 100%. But this fight should essentially be fine now.
Minardi. Inferno. Okay, that's great. So that means Minardi is dead next turn.
And your boss fights have been like so smooth this entire run. It's everything else that's kind of gone wrong.
True.
Right, even Saturos was just didn't really do anything nasty to you.
By the way, that's also the only time that we use Kite with its ability. So next turn, Mia will get 2 actions.
Kite is not as useful as you might think he is.
Yeah, exactly. It's just
Yeah,
a little tweak
when-
to get an additional wish in.
Yeah, when you're playing casually, it's like, oh my god, someone gets 2 actions on the next turn, but you're using an action in order to gain 2 actions. So it's like, unless that action is going to be particularly useful, it's kind of not that great. So we use him a little bit in TLA against Doom Dragon to do things like Isaac will use ground and then judgment on the same turn. And it's useful for that sort of stuff, but like Kite's not that great. He's okay. Yeah, that was a really good fight. Very fast, very clean. They didn't even really use slow actions.
Yeah, exactly. It was just mostly heat flash.
Yeah.
Yeah, what Daily is saying pretty much that it's summoning up. If it's worth to, if the user's action is way more worth, then it shines. Also in TLA, when you can use it actually to gain access to, or you use it for Eclipse as well.
Yeah, that's his use, is that you put another Jupiter Djinn on standby to help with Eclipse, is where it becomes useful. Which is why in Doom Dragon, Kite is super useful.
So far 19 minutes behind, so yeah, it's pretty much a 520.
Yeah,
that I will
520,
get
which,
to.
yeah.
Unless I had a very bad Fusion Dragon, I can't recall.
All right, final boss. We're almost there. Man, Camelot really nailed their final boss music, didn't they? Both this game and
Yes.
TLA have just fantastic final boss tracks. So the
Right.
strat's more or less the same for Fusion Dragon, just judgments whenever we can, and then mother summons just to finish him off. There's not too much he can do to be sad. He's got a couple of scary actions. Severe Blow, probably the worst of them, which has a chance to proc you to 1 HP.
Yeah,
Which you don't really want to see that. But, I mean, he can use Break as well, which can slow us down, but there's not that much he can really do.
Yeah,
All he can do is, he's kind of like
ghost is
Deadbeat.
also
All he can do
spooky.
is slow us down. Sorry?
The ghosts are also spooky, but
Yeah,
in
spooky friends.
100% we have a way to remove them, so
Yeah.
it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, he's kind of like Deadbeat, and all he can really do is slow us down. There's not a lot he can do to, like, end the fight.
It's not weak to Jupiter though. Also,
So the reason- The
Please go
reason
ahead, yeah.
Judgment is because Judgment or Venus is the only element where we have a Djinn that can reduce damage taken and also remove a turn. So say if Mercury had a Djinn that liked granite and a Djinn like ground, we would probably do a Mercury cycle instead. It's the granite and ground that make this work.
Oh, now's a dragon. Here we go.
Oh yeah, NASA Dragon, outer space is like one of the actions. It's so slow.
So this should already be the last term, unless I missed
Spooky
something.
friends at this point shouldn't matter.
Do it. Oh, rip Ivan.
He does what he did best. Dies.
For a cause.
Yeah.
Oh well. Thanks to the GGs,
There we go.
guys. Diamond, exactly. And now for 6 minutes of more cutscenes. The outro, so to say. So there's a lot of energy in this lighthouse, as you can see. It's splitting up into 4 pieces, and while it lights up. And a big earthquake, big ass earthquake. Which also is some troubles for our characters here. So drama is happening. Bye, Shiva. Oh no, he jumped after her. Mad lad.
However, will he survive?
It's
Again,
not the same person.
The blue orbs save him. It's my head cannon.
Yeah.
No one can convince me otherwise.
And it dyed its cloak, like his cloak is turning.
Yeah, and it dyed his cloak as well. Exactly. Yeah, see, Kara gets it. The cape change. It dyes blue when they're floating around in the ocean. So in case you're wondering, the reason we don't end the run on Fusion Dragon kill, the reason we ended at the end of the game, is there are still a couple of frame savers coming. In particular, there are 2 things we can do to save time, which you would think over such a long run are not that useful, but in any percent, which is a top level, a 3 hour 25-minute run, really, we've had on 2 occasions we've had PBs or positions on the leaderboards that have been determined by less than a second. So these frame savers do matter, which is why we do them.
Yeah, just keep mashing.
Yeah, you keep mashing, and then you can talk to Iotum to save some dialogue boxes, and then there's a menu that we still have to do. So there are frame savers.
At least here it's first not so long, not that long to mash through. Second of all, you have the motivation again to mash if it's on the finish line.
Yeah, this is when you do your, oh my god, we made it, we did a PB, and your thank yous to everyone in chat and all that sort of stuff.
Actually, maybe we can do our outro here, or shoutouts, to make it a pretty clean end here. Thanks for
absolutely.
all the people who tuned in from the community. Has been a very nice, for me it's a morning, for you it's an evening, Chronicle. Yeah, thanks for everybody tuning in here for the run. I see we have a good amount of viewers. Shoutouts to the whole community. Shoutouts to the people who provide guides and notes for all this stuff. Pretty awesome to have that here. Yeah. Thanks to Chronicle for joining for commentary.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. It's been a blast.
Yeah. Also thanks to really, really longathon for having us, for accepting the run. And yeah, maybe it will have a comeback with I don't know, TLA 100% or something like that.
Yeah, maybe next year. Oh, TLA 100% is quite a run, but maybe we'll get TLA in next year.
Or maybe we could do a race or a relay of some.
That's not a terrible idea. We have done relays and races in the past.
Exactly, yeah. Like almost a year ago with the community race where 11 runners were running for the crown. Or the certain the one that a lot of people claim that hasn't happened ever was a glitchless TLA race.
Yes, that definitely didn't happen. So if you're interested in the no saving quit any percent, I highly recommend watching that. We did a community race about a year ago. Whereas Happy said about 11 or 12 of us, about a dozen of us did any percent no saving quit. And no matter who you watched, that was just a fantastic relay. Like at the top, it was Relay got a great lead early, and I tried to close him down the whole time, and we went into Fusion Dragon, like equal on time. But like at every point in the race, it was close between at least 2 or 3 runners. So I highly recommend watching it. It was fantastic fun. We should definitely do another one of those. Yeah, but thanks to Happy. Thank you for having me here. It's been great. Had a good time.
That's when the last lime here drops. Jenna's waiting for us. That's time.
There we go. What a great run. I mean, great run.
Great and scalped.
This has been a highly entertaining run.
It has been an adventure.
Like everything that's gone wrong, you're only 10 minutes behind PB. It's actually been a good run minus like 3 deaths. Or 2 deaths and 1 mistake. Right? It's been good fun.
Yeah, I have 25 minutes to save this run.
Yeah,
at
clearly.
Least.
Sub 5 easy.
Yeah. Sadly, this run is not sub future. He was the former record holder of this category.
He did hold this for a bit.
I don't know, 1.5 years ago or something like that. Then people came in and took away that world record, that famous world record, and now people are a lot faster.
Yeah.
All right, I think we don't need to show the bronze password for this to finish this up. So we are, I think, pretty much ready to head out whenever you guys are, or unless you have something more to say, Chronicle.
No, it's been just thanks for having us. Really, really longathon. It's been great. Thank you, Happy, for letting me do comms. I've had a great time. GG on getting to the end of the run.
Yeah. Push through.
Yeah, we pushed through.
I was hoping somebody would be awake, but I guess it's on you. Well, you are very sleepy, right? How long have you been?